But now we're going to go on to our first domestic politics story of the day. Let's get to it. As always, corruption in the United States, but we're a developed nation. We're above corruption. Oh wait, no. U.S. Congressman Kular. U.S. Congressman Kular, indicted for alleged Azerbaijan influence scheme. Henry Kular, a Democrat, accused of accepting bribes in exchange for advancing interests of Azerbaijan in Congress. Please note that Azerbaijan has taken over Nagorno-Karabakh, which was an ethnically Armenian enclave in Azerbaijan.
to join South Africa's case. Meanwhile, President Biden and leaders of 16 other nations have just issued a joint statement supporting the ceasefire and hostage deal that Biden outlined last week. In California, Stanford University says it's suspending 13 students who were arrested Wednesday after they briefly occupied the office of the president. The student activists are accused of injuring a law enforcement officer and causing extensive damage to Stanford property. Students are demanding Stanford disclose and divest their investments in Israel. Here in New York, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres gave a major speech on the climate crisis Wednesday, as data confirmed last month was the hottest May on record, putting the Earth on a 12-month streak of record-breaking temperatures. Speaking at the American Museum of Natural History, Guterres said the world, quote, needs an exit ramp off the highway to climate hell, and called for a global ban on fossil fuel advertising.
We must directly confront those in the fossil fuel industry who have shown relentless zeal for obstructing progress over decades. Billions of dollars have been thrown at distorting the truth, deceiving the public, and sowing doubt. Many in the fossil fuel industry have shamelessly greenwashed, even as they have sought to delay climate action with lobbying, legal threats, and massive ad campaigns. And they have been aided and abetted by advertising and PR companies.
The World Meteorological Organization said Wednesday there is an 80% chance the average global temperature will exceed 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels for at least one of the next 5 years. But Guterres says that the world can still meet the 1.5-degree target if governments drastically speed up the phase-out of fossil fuels. In Ecuador, indigenous and environmental activists demonstrated against state-run oil company Petroecuador Wednesday after it failed to comply with a court order to shut down gas flares in the Amazon. The flares burn off gas created during oil production. This is indigenous activist Nancy Pilatunya.
There's groups that are at brink of extermination, polluted rivers and polluted water sources that affect city folk as well. It's not an isolated reality. If the Amazon is destroyed, then it will affect all the Ecuadorian people.
Amnesty International, Greenpeace, and Amazon Watch are among 50 groups urging President Biden to pardon human rights lawyer Stephen Donziger, who was targeted for prosecution by Chevron after he successfully sued the oil giant. On behalf of 30,000 Amazonian indigenous in Ecuador whose land was devastated from oil spills. The director of Amazon Watch said, quote, "A pardon will send a clear message that corporations..."
Head to your pickup at Vivi Bubble Tea, Tremont.
Cannot misuse the judicial system to criminalize human rights defenders, unquote. The European Union election is kicking off as voters in the 27-member nation select its new parliament between today and Sunday. Immigrant rights advocates fear expected gains from the far right could worsen the situation for asylum seekers, thousands of whom attempt the treacherous journey to Europe each month via the Mediterranean Sea. Also at the top of voters' concerns are the climate emergency and the economy. In media news, the New York Times has revealed the new chief executive of the Washington Post, Will Lewis, clashed with the paper's executive editor, Sally Busby, last month over her decision to publish an article about his connection to a major phone hacking scandal at Rupert Murdoch's News of the World.
Now we're going to get into some sad news, but you have to cover really tragic things. And
newspaper in Britain. Busby resigned from the paper on Sunday, weeks after the...
You're a friend of mine and you're sensitive about this issue. I'm sorry, but here is something clear as day, which is a Holocaust survivor talking about what's happening in Israel-Palestine. And make no mistake about it. Let's see. What does he say?
I saw in Auschwitz that if a dominant group wants to dehumanize others, so as the Nazis wanted to dehumanize me, these dominant group must first be dehumanized in a way themselves by diminishing their empathy due to propaganda and indoctrination in order to be able to be as cruel as some were. Okay, but the same holds nowadays for Israel. I am appalled about how hateful, how dehumanized, that they do not see any human aspect in any Palestinian anymore. It's terrible. The Zionists have not any right whatsoever to use the Holocaust for any purpose. They have given up everything which has to do with humanity, with empathy. For one thing, the state, the blood and soil, just like the Nazis.
This is a Holocaust survivor. If you can't hear it from him, you can't hear it from anybody. This is a Holocaust survivor from Nazi Germany. And Double Down News does this is from Double Down News, but they do a great job at interspersing the propaganda footage and the dehumanization rhetoric that Israel's using. It's the domination of one subgroup to another subgroup and the dehumanization. This guy is such a fucking G for explaining how this whole process works. And again, if you can't hear it from a Holocaust survivor, who can you hear it from?
I was educated. I learned at school about blood and soil, and that's exactly their idea too. And humans do not play a role. Judaism, as I learned it, is highly ethical, and so you.
Right now, they're showing the protest at Grand Central Station that happened a couple months ago, where it was the Jewish Voice for Peace. These are all Jewish individuals protesting the genocide that's happening in Gaza. This is not about anti-Semitism. This is not about anti-Semitism. This is not about Judaism versus Islam. This is about a colonizing force using its overwhelming firepower to bomb a group back to the Stone Age, killing 10,000 plus children. And if you can't hear it from a Holocaust survivor, you can't hear it from anyone. Your brain is closed off.
Cannot connect Zionism with highly ethical. You can only connect the words aggressive, oppressive, stealing, robbing with Zionism, but not highly ethical. Zionism and Judaism are contrary to each other because Judaism is universal and humane, and Zionism is exactly the opposite. It is very narrow, very nationalistic, racist, colonialist, and all this. There is.
It's a colonizing force. Zionism is fundamentally based upon colonization. When you understand that there were people in Palestine, and then after the dissolution of the Ottoman Empire and the end of World War I, and then obviously after World War II, the British were just like, yeah, go on, take that land with machine guns. Go take it. Go take it. Well, if you're going to base your state around the murder of the people that are currently living there, your state will end up being an oppressive regime. Blood and soil, ethnicity and land. You claim this land is your own because of your
Last week, Israeli airstrikes morning Gaza time.
Yes, hi, Amy, and thank you so much for giving UNRWA always a space and a platform on Democracy Now! What we understood from our colleagues in Gaza, given how patchy telecommunication is that indeed an Israeli strike hit one of our shelters. Originally, this was a school, but since the beginning of the war, this school in Nusayrat in the middle part of Gaza, like many, many other UNRWA schools across the Gaza Strip, have housed people who have been repeatedly displaced as the conflict in Gaza evolved, evicting them and forcing them to leave their homes, leave loved ones, and leave their things behind. The strike happened around 2 a.m., and from what we understand, there are between 35 and 45 people killed. Many of them are children. We also remind that this being an UNRWA shelter, up to 6,000 people had sought refuge and safety inside that school, just like many, many other displaced people of the 2 million population of Gaza have been seeking a safe haven, but it hasn't been safe inside UNRWA shelters. I say that it's not safe because more than 170 UNRWA buildings, most of them serving as shelters, have been hit since the beginning of the war, killing more than 450 people. And by the way, UNRWA has lost so far 193 of my colleagues, all of them killed since the beginning of this war.
I wanted to go to a post on social media where Israeli military spokesperson Peter Lerner said Israel intentionally targeted the school and wrote, quote, "We assessed that 20 to 30 terrorists were in the compound at the time of the strike. We targeted precision strikes on the specific classrooms. What were the terrorists doing in a UN school? The compound was used for staging attacks and as a forward operating base," end quote. Your response, Tamara?
We had 6,000 people who had been displaced several times since the war started in October, sheltering in our schools. Most of them, more than half of them, were women and children. We've been hearing about precision strikes and about reports that some of the UNRWA or UN installations have been used by Palestinian armed groups. We hear about this every time a strike kills scores of civilians in or near our buildings. International law is clear. International humanitarian law calls for the protection of civilians, of people, of women, of children. During this conflict, the UN has paid the highest toll ever in such a short period. 8 months is not short, but 193 UNRWA staff killed and 450 people in our shelters is huge.
And what happened in Rafah last week with the Israeli airstrike that the Israeli military did not deny, that led to the deaths of 45, at least, Palestinians who were in this tent camp who had fled there because they were told that this area would be safe.
Exactly what you're saying, Amy. Since the beginning of this war, Gazans have been issued what the Israeli government calls evacuation orders. In reality, these are orders for forced displacement. So the sea of people in Gaza has moved since the beginning of the conflict from the north of the Gaza Strip or Gaza City to the middle areas, Khan Yunis, Deir el-Balah and Khan Yunis, and then they were forced to move again in the direction of the conflict to Rafah, where people were told that they would be safe. Until last month, Rafah housed 1.5 million people, all of them displaced several times, and all of them were told that if you go to Rafah, you would be safe. Then, as of the 6th of May, the Israeli government decided on a ground invasion of Rafah, therefore pushing people to move again. Many of them had nowhere left to go. The tents became very, very rare in Rafah. No one had personal belongings, but mostly there was nowhere safe because strikes continues, aerial bombing continued. So there was nowhere safe. There still is nowhere safe. And what happened to these people in the tent is apocalyptic, like my colleagues from MSF say, and a reminder that nowhere is safe in Gaza.
The issue of hunger. The UN World Food Program has issued a dire warning stating, quote, over 1 million people, half the population of Gaza, are expected to face death and starvation by mid-July if the war doesn't end. If you can talk about what UNRWA has been able to do in helping to relieve the suffering, given how many countries have pulled out of funding of UNRWA because Israel said that UNRWA, some of the workers had been tied to the October 7th attack, though not presenting any evidence, leading to a number of countries restoring funding to UNRWA, though the U.S. hasn't.
So let's start with the good news. All of the 16 countries that have suspended funding resumed funding to UNRWA except the U.S. and the UK. The US and the UK, though, are big donors to UNRWA, so that leaves us with a huge funding gap. Having said that, we've been receiving a lot of support from private individuals, private foundations, celebrities, in a sign of acknowledgement to the irreplaceable role that UNRWA has been playing since the beginning of the conflict. UNRWA is the largest humanitarian operation. We also cooperate very closely with other UN agencies, particularly the World Food Program, on distributing food. The distribution of food, of wheat flour, of clean drinking water has not stopped since the beginning of the war, despite extremely challenging humanitarian circumstances that include very, very patchy opening of the crossings. land crossings, whether it's Rafah from the Egyptian side or Karm Abu Salim, Karm Shalom from the side of Israel. Land crossings are the safest and the fastest ways to get aid into the Gaza Strip. We've all been discussing for the longest time how many trucks a day have gone in. I want to say that the last month has been awful. Most of the days in May have seen 0 trucks going in for the UN. And on the best day, we've seen 77 trucks with food, non-food mattresses, tents, clean water, medicines, medical supplies for a population of nearly 2 million people, or a bit over 2 million, completely under siege since the latest military operation started in May. So yes, UNRWA has long warned from malnutrition and an imminent famine. UNICEF just recently said that 9 out of 10 children in Gaza fall way below their needed calorie intake daily. And now, with the scorching heat of nearly 90 degrees Fahrenheit in Gaza, lack of clean drinking water, we have started to see infants dying of dehydration.
Finally, this breaking news, the United States and 16 other countries calling on Israel and Hamas to accept the latest ceasefire hostage deal. Not clear exactly what the details are. What would this mean in Gaza right now?
A ceasefire is what everyone in Gaza needs right now, just to take a breath and have some respite. But in addition to the ceasefire, there has to be a much increased flow of humanitarian assistance going in, and there has to be a plan to resume some sense of normality in the Gaza Strip, particularly for traumatized children. And for that, a resumption of any kind of learning will help the children not only lag behind, but it will also help restore some kind of mental well-being. A ceasefire is what everyone needs in Gaza now.
Tamara Arafai, we want to thank you for being with us, spokesperson for UNRWA, the United Nations Agency for Palestine Refugees, speaking to us from Amman, Jordan. Next up, Where Olive Trees Weep, a new film on Palestinian life under Israeli occupation. We'll be joined by the acclaimed Canadian physician, Dr. Gabor Mate.
GGP says, leave a door.
Our next story is going to be labor news and just labor issues in general. As you know, I'm big on workers' rights and worker cooperatives and moving forward economically past this stage of neoliberal capitalism. Many ideas how to do that. You've probably seen my harebrained schemes and harebrained ideas. But here we're going to react to a More Perfect Union video. They do a fantastic motherfucking job, and here they are.
All this profit that I'm generating is going to Nestle, and I'm struggling to make ends meet and be provided a living wage is really demoralizing.
It kind of breaks my heart that the whole model that cafes operate on is rampant exploitation of workers.
My cafe, I know, made just under $1 million last year, and I made $27,000. I know that I can make a $7 latte in about a minute and a half, so in about 5 minutes, I'm making my hourly wage.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's pure exploitation. This is how capitalism works. You have the labor theory of value. It's pretty simple. Let's just get into this real quick, actually. Labor theory of value. If you have a good, all of the parts of the coffee cost But now we're going to go on to our first domestic politics story of the day. Let's get to it. As always, corruption in the United States, but we're a developed nation. We're above corruption. Oh wait, no. U.S. Congressman Cooler. U.S. Congressman Cooler indicted for alleged Azerbaijan influence scheme. Henry Cooler, a Democrat, accused of accepting bribes in exchange for advancing interests of Azerbaijan in Congress. Please note that Azerbaijan has taken over Nagorno-Karabakh, which was an ethnically Armenian enclave in Azerbaijan, by force. via their massive military advantage over Armenia. And they essentially committed an ethnic cleansing where everybody in Nagorno-Karabakh just fled because they're like, we're just going to get exterminated by the Azerbaijanis. A lot of them got taken by the secret police in Azerbaijan. Regardless, Azerbaijan doing a little territorial conquest, and we have a sitting Democrat congressman. Wow, lovely. A congressman accused of accepting bribes. A member of the United States House of Representatives from the state of Texas, Henry Kular, and his wife have been indicted on allegations that the couple accepted nearly $600,000 in bribes in exchange for their efforts to influence legislation that advances the interests of a Mexican bank and a state-controlled energy company in Azerbaijan. I mean, look how easily bribable. $600K for a country like the United States is freaking nothing. And Azerbaijan is a massive natural gas producer. So they have a ton of money. And $600K is really not that much to bribe an official. It's crazy what these officials will do for cash. The federal indictment unsealed in Houston on Friday accused Kular, 68, and his wife, 67, of conspiracy and bribery as part of an influence peddling scheme. Okay, so what's crazy is also his age. He's 68. It's fantastic that we have all these old, corrupt individuals just making the decisions for the United States. I love that. That's great.
U.S. Senator Bob Menendez stayed silent as he arrived at federal court on Wednesday.
Oh, yeah, this is Bob Menendez. Oh, again, another Democrat. Yay. Those Democrats really sure be not doing corruption, right? Again, we live in a two-party oligarchy. The Republicans bad, but yes, Democrats also bad.
Where he and his wife, Nadine, pleaded not guilty to a range.
Look at all these people with cameras trying to make their bag. Good for them. I mean, that's kind of what I'm doing, but it's just funny.
Of corruption charges, including passing secrets to Egypt. The judge set his bail at $100,000.
Look at this fat old man determining the laws of this country. Fat, corrupt old man determining the laws of this country. That's great.
$1,000. A day earlier, one of his co-defendants, Egyptian-American businessman Wael Hanna, also pleaded not guilty.
The senator and his... This is about a different case. But again, Democratic corruption. Who would have guessed that? I thought the Democrats were the good guys. They cared about people. Oh, and they're also massively corrupt. Who would have guessed that? So...
and by Palestinian journalist and trauma healer Ashira Darwish. Stay with us. Jerusalem, composed by Armand Amar, one of the songs in the film Where Olive Trees Weep. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. We turn now to that new film that explores the struggle of the Palestinian people under Israeli occupation through themes of loss, trauma, and the fight for justice. It's called Where Olive Trees Weep. Features people like renowned trauma doctor Gabor Mate, Israeli journalist Amira Haas, Palestinian activist Ahed Tamimi, and Palestinian journalist and therapist Ashida Darwish. This is the trailer.
I heard the stories of the pains of how people were tortured in these places. I never believed it until I saw. And when I saw, I couldn't unsee it.
It's so important for people to understand colonization in order to understand what's happening in the world. And here in Palestine, it's happening now.
So how does the world completely turns a blind eye to...
Iris C. says, leave at building reception. Please leave foods between doors. Thank you.
The Israeli continuous violence, and since Israel is the victim, this is the big question. I would see it and still get surprised every single time that how could this soldier just shoot me? We're so dehumanized to the point where they can come and they can exterminate you because to them, you're nothing but a rat.
I'm not pro-Palestinian, but I'm pro-truth. And the truth is, the Palestinians have been oppressed and suppressed and murdered and controlled and dispossessed for decades. That's just the truth. There's no post-traumatic stress disorder here because the trauma is never post.
فلتتجلى فيك روحي فلتتجلى فيك سمائي فلتتجلى يا إلهي فلتتجلى فلتتجلى فلتتجلى.
Your brother and your sister being in chains will not make this experience on earth acceptable. Your chains will be still held by my chains. And I'm not...
Head to your pickup at Taco Bell, 449 West Broadway.
Time for you won't be free.
The trailer of the film Where Olive Trees Weep that premieres today. That last voice, the voice of Ashira Darwish, Palestinian journalist and trauma healer. She's joining us from Newton, Massachusetts. She previously worked as a journalist and as researcher for the BBC, for Human Rights Watch, and Amnesty International. And we're joined by acclaimed Canadian physician and author Dr. Gabor Mate, who's also featured in the film. He is a Holocaust...
Taco Bell, 449 West Broadway. Let's just type it in. 449 West Broadway, South Boston. Fade into it? I don't think so. It's really none of that. Oh, let's just check my stream. Let's check the stream. Oop, searching. Connect. Live recording. Dope, everything works.
Survivor,
Maybe when it works, it's dope.
Recipient and a Hungarian-Canadian retired physician known for his work on trauma, addiction, and childhood development. The internationally best-selling author of 5 books published in 40 languages on 6 continents. His most recent visit to the West Bank was in 2022 when he led a healing workshop for Palestinian women who'd been imprisoned in Israeli jails. He's joining us from Provence, France. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! I'm wondering how you each got involved with this film. And also, Ashira, as a journalist and a therapist, your response to the latest footage showing young men attacking and surrounding a Palestinian journalist named Saif al-Kharasmi, attacked on duty, beaten on the head, a video. Haaretz journalist Nir Hassan also said attacking Israeli nationalist youth and posted video showing the violent scenes. What's going on right now in the West Bank, which this film, where Olive Trees focuses on?
Good morning, Amy. Glad to be here with you from the Shamil. It's what's happening in Palestine is devastating, and what's happening in the West Bank and Gaza has been going on for 75 years. What happened to the journalists is not something new. This happens every single day. It just caught the cameras this time. We have hundreds of journalists incarcerated in Israeli prisons, and my friends and colleagues were attacked in Jerusalem, and I know that personally, it's just horrific to watch them getting beaten, but this is the reality every single night in Jerusalem, where the Israelis make sure the streets, and they harass, terrorize the population there, and they are, of course, not friendly to the journalists because they don't want anyone filming them as they chant death to the Arabs and as they attack the Palestinians. Every day, on this day, and for a Jerusalemite like me, I would walk to the streets of Jerusalem just to say that we are here, and this is our right to be here, and we get attacked and we get walked back, and we have the army supporting these settlers as they march in our streets attacking us, and we basically get put on lockdown. We're not allowed to walk in our streets, our shops are all closed. It's just basic terror this day in Jerusalem, but to be honest, it has been like this since before 7 October. Jerusalem has become a city of ghosts. Armed soldiers have closed down the main entrance of Damascus Gate. Our streets have become death traps. Going to Al-Aqsa Mosque is one of the most spiritual, but also for me as a child, I grew up next to Al-Aqsa Mosque. It's my playground. Not being able to walk there, every time that we walk we're always in fear of soldiers that are walking, and they're just waiting for you just to make a smile at some point, just to be caught strip searched, stood on the walls, and it's just becoming more and more terrifying to be there.
In the film, Ashira, you describe your own experience being beaten and arrested by Israeli security forces. Can you describe what happened?
So on that day, my mom woke me up. I used to live.
Oh, I gotta see the real story. But why not?
And she wanted me to.
Caroline?
Hey, how's it going? Excuse me, could I take another sticker to put on top if that's possible? Thank you, sorry about that. Hope you're having a good day, good luck. I know it's hot.
Head to your pickup at Alfredo's Italian Kitchen, South Boston.
this peaceful protest. Sorry?
When was it? What year?
This was in 2000. It was in 2001. It was at the closure of the Orient House in Jerusalem, and it was a time where we had protests in the West Bank most of the time, and it was more of clashes. And my mother wanted to take me to a protest to show me that there is another way of resistance, and it was a joint protest between Israelis, Palestinians, and internationals. And it was a singing protest. So in the beginning, I was like, oh my God, Mama, what do you think this is going to do? I mean, it's like, what is our singing going to do to liberate anything or help anyone for that matter? And I went very like skeptical. And then when I saw the people chanting, and I was like, oh, this is beautiful because I love to sing. And we started singing. And I did not even imagine, like when we're in protests in Ramallah, soldiers are far, they shoot and fire at you. You're lucky you get like tear gas. If you're not lucky, you get a live bullet. And there's distance between us and them. This one, it was very close, and the soldiers just rammed us with horses in the beginning, and then they put these, what they call musta'ribin, Israeli soldiers undercover, and one of them grabbed me, and I thought we were doing a human chain, but then I realized everybody was moving further. And that was my first experience of being held down and attacked by the soldiers, and I was on the floor, and the cameras were flashing, and they were beating me with sticks on my knees, trying to break my knees. And I would just remember waking up and closing my eyes and just not understanding why the cameras are just taking pictures of me. And I was only 16 when I was taken, and I knew I was shouting when I got into the Jeep, and then the other activists were like, calm down, they will take you and beat you, until I saw a kid where they dragged him and they put his head they smacked his head into the Jeep, and then I was like, okay, this is like not, like, this is serious. And when we went to the police station, naive me thinking the police...
People are fucking evil. These people are fucking evil. Ah, 2 viewers. What's up, guys? Hey, send a comment. Ask me some questions. Listening to Marcus now. We're in South Boston, city of champions, and I'm currently munching on this guy here. I'm trying to stream for 10 hours today. Keep in mind, the GoPro app is the most disgusting app in the history of this planet, and so it's more likely to collapse than pretty much anything I've ever seen ever. And then what else? Oh yeah, I want to show you this. 8:35, only 8 hours to go, so just a full work day. There we go. We're there. We're listening to politics. We're listening to some fun shit behind the bastards. Listen to some fun shit today, but first we did some annihilated cereal bar, and yeah, I mean, hey, welcome. Send a message. Look, here, I'll say hi to you. Hi. Alright, you can do that too. You know that? You can type and send chats. It's crazy, right? Alright. Yeah. I'm joining to ask questions. Alright, dope. Now we're gonna go. We're super reading around. Now we're gonna cancel that. And yeah, we'll play the news.
At that point, I still didn't really realize the levels. So I thought the police would be better than the soldiers. And then, of course, it wasn't better. And I was slapped in the police station to sign a paper, and I basically gave away my mother. I told them that it was my mother's fault. She took me. I had nothing to do with this, and that I would never go there on my own, and just so I can get out of that wretched place. And it was the Maskubiya. It's one of the most horrific places on planet Earth. If there's one dream that I have in my life, is that to turn that place into a museum where we can...
Oh, what the fuck happened there? Oh, they're just playing the next episode. I bet. Here, we'll go back to it. I heard you now. This is Thursday.
Just Mark.
Man, dude, she's traumatized like hell. That's awful. What happened to her? Jesus.
What has been done to people in that place. And that was my first experience there, and then I was detained 2 other times, but yeah.
And then can you talk about how that experience led to your desire to become a journalist, and why you believe that journalism can play a role in peacemaking?
So for me, it was an almost immediate reaction because of the cameras. I was really upset that the cameras were filming me and none of the journalists decided to like pick me up or help me. And I wanted to do music before. That was my thing. I always wanted to chant and sing, and I used to play the qanun. And that moment, I think a few months later, I had to register in college, and I was like, I'm going to do journalism because I want to do journalism differently. I want to be the journalist who documents and tries to help. And there's no such thing as being on this whole Western theory about balanced reporting. If you're being balanced in a situation of a genocide, then you're complicit in genocide. There's no white and black in this.
Yep.
Journalism is a profession that's supposed to open the eyes of the people, and so that they can do something to put the governments on check. And of course, the situation right now is the governments and the capitalists basically control the media. So it's all one thing. But that was when I made the decision, and I also paid for it afterwards because I was arrested for my journalism as well. I'm detained the 2 times.
I want to turn to another clip from Where Olive Trees Weep that features the longtime Israeli journalist Amira Haas, the daughter of Holocaust survivors, Haaretz correspondent for the occupied Palestinian territories. And then we hear from our next guest, Dr. Gabor Mate.
The issue is a present-day ongoing settler colonial project that by definition is meant to take the land and create a political system that excludes the indigenous people. 200 years ago in the States or New Zealand or Brazil, it was not considered violations. It was the norm. Now, because Zionism is an anachronistic settler colonial movement, the world understands it's not according to the norm, but the world accepts it.
In this holy land, there's always been a lot of violence and oppression and injustice going back to ancient times. And then the foundation of the state of Israel, which could only have been accomplished by denying the rights of the local population. So in that sense, it's just another colonial project. In 1917, when David Balfour, the British foreign minister, who the hell was he to promise a foreign land to anybody else?
That's Dr. Gabor Mate, the acclaimed Canadian physician and author, Hungarian, Canadian, going back to Hungary. Today you're in Provence in France, Dr. Mate. In Normandy, world leaders have gathered for the 80th anniversary of what's known as D-Day, where more than 150,000 Allied troops forged a beachhead for the liberation of Europe from Adolf Hitler's Nazis. You yourself had your experience in the Holocaust, fled from Hungary. Can you talk about how that connects to your deep concerns about what's happening in Palestine?
Thanks for having me back on your program, Amy, and thanks for your coverage of this.
Hey, what's up? Hey, I'm doing pretty well. How are you? Good. Yeah, getting nice long. Nice. How long was your nip? Nice. Oh, awesome. Good job, Bubs. Proud of you for working hard. Are you watching the... No, you're not. Hey, how's it going? Oh, nothing. Sorry. I saw I had a viewer, and then they left. Oh, yeah. Trying to get 10 hours today. I've gotten an hour and a half already. Oh, okay. Dope. Yeah, put some comments in there. I'll respond. Right now I'm picking up an order. Give me 1 second. Everything's working. It like shuts off occasionally, but everything works. Okay, Richard G. Hey, picking up an order for Richard G. How's it going, guys? You busy today? Not too bad. Oh my gosh, so much. All right, thank you so much. Have a great day. Whatever, everybody. Gotcha. All right. All right, love you, bye.
All right. There was a study done in 2005 reporting many studies done on the mental health of Palestinian children, and a large percentage of them, long before Hamas became the ruling government in Gaza, a large percentage of Palestinian and Gazan children were suffering post-traumatic stress disorder, which included nightmares, aggression towards the parents, bedwetting. Now, I wet my bed till I was 13 years of age, because I was born the same year that D-Day happened. I was born in January as a Jewish infant under Nazi occupation and bombings and all the stress and trauma.
You know,
how could I not relate to the experience and my mother took me to a psychologist when I was 8 or 9 years old for the bedwetting. And I remember what the psychologist said. She said, "Madam," she says, "if bedwetting is the only symptom this kid has, you're very fortunate indeed." Well, it wasn't the only symptom that I had. And if you look at the studies of Palestinian children published in 2005, again, long before Hamas took over, if anybody thinks history began on October the 7th, they should read that study in the Journal of World Psychiatry. The most prevalent cause of exposure of traumas were witnessing funerals, witnessing shooting, seeing injured or dead strangers, a family member being killed or injured, and a large percentage of the kids had PTSD symptoms. This is 20 years ago in Palestine, in the West Bank, and especially in Gaza. So now that is the 80th anniversary of D-Day, which is the beginning, at least on the Western Front, of the defeat of the Nazi empire. How can we not relate that to what's going on right now? When these children in Gaza are witnessing all the things that I've just described, that people up in Gaza are witnessing for decades, and that I myself experienced as an infant, and the resonance is just too powerful. And this beautiful film, and actually the most beautiful part of the film, as much as I love my friend Shira, is not the part about her, although she plays a major role in it. It's just when the filmmakers show the experience of Palestinian peasants and shepherds and ordinary people, and what it's like to live under this, in the grips of this brutal and relentless occupation. And so I went there to work with that, and this anniversary of D-Day really resonates for me. It's the 80th anniversary of my own birth that year, but also that same horror being reenacted now on Palestinian children and Palestinian people.
In this clip from Where Olive Trees Weep that's premiering today, we hear psychologist and human rights activist Elena Beatriz Manrique Charo of UNRWA, the UN Agency for Palestine Refugees. She works with schools and Bedouin communities in the West Bank.
On a situation where the traumatic situation had happened, and now people have a safe space where you can work on that. So you need to understand that working on trauma will be on a context of ongoing traumatic situation.
Hey.
You cannot make a normal life if you are all the time in touch with the pain and the sorrow and the grief.
And in this clip from Where Olive Trees Weep, Palestinian Ahmad Salah Barghouth describes being displaced from Awalaja village during the Nakba.
I was born in the village Awalaja in 1947. The Israeli occupation took over our village and deported us. We were displaced into the hills, and we settled here, temporarily, in caves and tents, hoping to return to our village as was promised by the United Nations. We lived the life of refugees, displaced with no home, land, or income. Being a stranger in your homeland is a dreadful feeling, a feeling that is not easy to accept. But what else can we do? This is the reality we live in.
Dr. Gabor Mate, if you can take it from there. You were born 3 years before this. You're 80 years old now. And talk about what it meant for you to flee Hungary, and then what you see when you return to the West Bank just 2 years ago.
Well, there's some such sad parallels. In a few days, I'll be visiting Hungary. I'll be showing my children for the first time the very spot, the very paving stones in Budapest, where my mother gave me to a total stranger to save my life, and I didn't see her for 5 or 6 weeks. You can go through Hungary and Eastern Europe and not know that there used to be Jewish life there. Jewish villages, buildings, synagogues, schools. You can go through Israel and not know that there used to be Palestinian life there. Villages, schools, graveyards. Now in the West Bank, which is my third visit there 2 years ago to work with these women, many of them have been tortured in Israeli jails, and they had all the typical symptoms of what we call post-traumatic stress disorder. But what I can tell you is that the atmosphere in the West Bank 2 years ago when I was there was much heavier than even when I had been there for the first time during the first Intifada. At that time, in 1992, when I first visited, there was still an air of hope. The world seemed to be paying attention to the Palestinian cause at that time. There was fairly sympathy internationally for the legitimate rights of the Palestinians. 2 years ago, there was despondence. People felt alone.
They're all wearing the same sneaks.
Had not been jailed at one time or another. There was the intensity of the occupation, the checkpoints.
Damn, I need to get out of Southie.
That terrible
I should have accepted those $5 little shits.
That you can see through the occupied territories. It had all combined to create such an air of despondence and a sense of aloneness. At the same time, I had to be very impressed with the resilience, the ongoing willingness to endure amongst Palestinians, and I should also mention here the sympathetic and brave Israelis who stand up to that. Amira as being one of them, and some of them helped organize my visit as well. So it's not a question of Jews versus Arabs or Palestinians versus Israelis. It's a question of a system that has imposed itself like a monster, suppressing and squeezing the life out of Palestinian national, cultural, and personal life. And that's what I said when I was there 2 years ago. And the women I was working with, what was interesting is the commonest symptoms, you might say, was a sense of guilt that they hadn't been strong enough to resist, that they hadn't rescued their friends. It's a typical trauma response that these things is all my fault. But it was, as somebody who works with trauma, to witness all this on such a massive scale, even for me, it was shocking. And what little could I do to help them? At least what I could do, and what this film does, and what your program does so consistently, is to witness. So they don't feel so alone. So Shira doesn't have to feel so alone with her experience.
We want to thank you so much for being with us, Dr. Gabor Mate, acclaimed Canadian physician and author of many books, now heading to...
VR says, leave a door.
Oh, please give me a tip. Dude, I'm holding so much food for you. And again, Uber is like estimated tip bullshit. Like 76. Wait, what? 76? That's not right. 18. 16, 18. Dope. Ugh. Okay. $18, and then what did this person order? Taco Bell, 16 items. Jesus. This person ordered a massive quantity of Taco Bell, and we shall give it to them. Generously. Hey, that's actually not horrible. Wait. So bad here. Oh. Just kind of annihilated this. Alright. Live Moss. Submit. See, my stream's still up.
Head to your drop-off at 18 Pebble
sorry,
Street.
I just how to take a breath, how to deliver this order. We'll go to that in 1 second. Let's just check the stream. Seems like the stream is working. Let's just triple check. Let's go to chat. Any chats? No chats. No chats. Oh, 2 viewers. One of them is Tear Bear, which is nice. But still only 2 viewers, which kind of is a bummer. But hey, you do this every single day, maybe I get 10, 15, 20 viewers. That's the goal. All right, and how long have I been streaming for? Let's see. So we are down to 8 hours and 15 minutes. Only, hey, I have a full work day ahead of me. So the fact that there's not that many viewers is all good. Yeah, we can head over to the next place, which is going to be on Uber. And we'll navigate there. Yeah, I mean, listening to another Holocaust survivor who was a baby, and like so many babies that are dying in Palestine, he can empathize with the people there. And he can empathize with them before all of this happened. And the thing that, you know, he's saying and so many other people are noting on Democracy Now! Today is just, hey, sorry about that. Have a great day. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, it's so wait, I can fix it. You got it? Wait, I'm sorry about that. Here, the drink is, here you go. Sorry.
It's okay. Thank you.
Have a great day.
You too.
Bye-bye. Google Maps, shut the fuck up. And then, yeah, we're going there. That's locked up. That's ready to go. Alright, onwards and forwards, I guess, right? It wants me to go, like, inwards. Alright. Yeah, I need to get out of selfie. Jeez. I started downtown. And then I was like, oh, good, finance people will, the financiers will give me good tips. But you never know. Maybe I had good luck downtown at like ritzy apartment complexes of them just being like, oh, whatever the tip that Uber estimates, they just give it. So I don't know. I'm in more of an impoverished area. It just happens to be that way. But I bet so they might not be giving me tips here. But that's all good. I'm still doing it. Still doing the show. Regardless. And yeah, I just want to comment on what Gabriel Mate is saying. And he is the father of Aaron Mate, who is a journalist. entrepreneur for the Grey Zone. He does really good work. He did some weird serious shit, I'll be honest, but Gabor Mate is just an absolute fucking G and a half. A Holocaust survivor who, as a child, had severe trauma for what he saw early on in life, as so many people would, given the fact that they're utter and total. Oh shit! So basically, what it's telling me is that if I don't go up, I can't go up. Oh, it's annoying. If I don't go up, I can't go up. Oh, and we're gonna have to lift the mic. Thank God for the turbo boost on this shit. Yeah, I mean, it's so incredibly sad to see someone that's Jewish, that has gone through a Holocaust themselves, having to see the Jewish people commit another Holocaust onto the Palestinians. And I think the most important conceptualization that's happening here is that of colonization. And if you don't understand colonization, you can't understand the conflict in Palestine. And if you have a conceptualization of what the Americans, British colonizers did to the Native Americans, or what the early Portuguese colonizers did to the indigenous folks there. I mean, this is, once you understand colonization and you understand that our world was created on violence and domination and destruction and frankly speaking, people doing massive amounts of just violence and inserting their will onto others. And once you understand that, then you can understand the conflict in Palestine, because you understand colonization. But until you understand that, you can't understand anything. And I think that's, these people are so dangerous. They just don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. Look at that. He doesn't give a fuck. Only bus. Yeah, the bike lanes in Southie are ass. Yeah, but it's just, until you understand that, you can't understand the conflicts, because you have to have a conception of colonization in order for you to have a conception of why what the Israelis are doing to the Palestinian people is fundamentally at odds with humanity and human rights. And you have to have a global conception and historical understanding of that. And as somebody that grew up in the American school system, I can tell you straight up that we don't have that conception, that we weren't raised in a schooling system that taught us deeply about colonization. We just weren't. I might, to do my shit. How much? $6, 1 delivery. Where are we going? Where are we going? Are we staying in Southie? Oh, we're going towards Boston. Okay, we'll do that. We'll do that. But right now, cancel navigation. Wait. Yeah, we're fine. All right, dope. So, yeah, I mean, until you understand colonization and what it means to have somebody show up with superior weaponry and military organization and take all of your shit, you can't understand the nation state of Israel and what they're doing to the Palestinians. And I think another important point about that whole colonization. Now we're going to get into some sad news, but you have to. And you're just like, this is where Goodwill Hunting happened. This is Southie, right? And now it's kind of where the finance bros go, because everything's so fucking expensive. And so the finance bros might have lived in Brookline or Back Bay or wherever before, but now they've kind of consulting bros. Now they've kind of migrated over here, and so you get a lot of people having sweet green orders and yeah.
I am wearing yoga pants and we're going out tonight, Friday night. So you get a lot more of that because of gentrification in the city. And yeah, I'm just talking, I'm just chatting up a Boston fucking storm. Look at that fatso. Nice. Not a person. It was a sign. Try not to disparage the peeps. Look at that. Man's creatined up. Got his whole jug. Got his whole jug for his creatine up. When you're creatined up, you're creatined up. Gotta be creatined up. Dude, every guy that I see here is muscular, like lifting muscular, and you can just tell they're all on creatine. And they're all pumping iron, working consulting jobs, working at a bank, pumping iron. That's what you get in Southie. That's what you get in Southie. All right, we'll continue to play. I'll play some more interesting shit later. Some just like fun historical pods and shit like that. But oh shit, we're already at 97%. Okay, so I heard someone scream. Okay, we're gonna go to 2. Up a hill, we go to 2. I don't know what's happening to my front wheel, but it is making some freaking noises today. And luckily the internet here in Southie has been phenomenal, and I don't think my stream has cut out in a minute. That's a nice house. See, like these places that's so nice. And then you just but what makes it nice? Like what makes this area feel nicer than that previous area I was in? I mean, I don't know, it's kind of like okay, 18.
Richard
right,
G
Richard.
says, meet a door.
That's good, we'll do that. 94. Nice. All right, dope. Pop these suckers out. 18. Hey. Oh. He said meet a door. Alright, hold on here for a second. Hey, Uber Eats order? Awesome, man. Yo, sir. Oh my gosh, got it all. Yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, Lord. Have a great day. Cheers, mate. Yes, all, thanks. Alright, dope. Let's just check the comments. See if we got any comments. No comments. So sad. Alright, y'all see everything. Should still be up. OBS Blade is this just I mean 46 minutes of actually it working is like amazing. We got a viewer, that's dope. And then let's just double check here. We're gonna go to here. Only 8 hours left to go. We're gonna get probably a little drinky drink at pretty soon. And yo. You have to put that back on here in a second. That's working. We're gonna go OBS Blade, make sure all that's working. Scene preview, fetching preview. Yo, this shit, just everything working. That's just phenomenal. Oh, maybe that's not. We're just gonna redo that real quick. Here's them live. Oh. Cancel screen. Ready. Go live. Start broadcast. There's a lot of moving parts in this whole stream, so. Alright. So. Awesome. So it's live. Let's see here. That should be updated. Awesome, that works now. Alright, dope. There we go. Yo, check this shit out. That's awesome. That is awesome. This neighborhood is cute as fuck. Yeah, there's different parts of South Boston, I guess, man. You know, the Southie. All right. We're gonna go down the street. What does it want me to do? No, we want to go away from We want to go away from that place, and then we want to go towards the city of Boston. So we're probably going to be the last Uber Eats order until we get back to the city here. And then we're gonna start with a little. Damn. Okay. Democracy Now! Is being a little bit too depressing right now. Y'all get the gist. Y'all know what's happening. I think what we want to do. What we might want to do here be fun a little faster. They have so many ads though with them. I'm news. We'll finish democracy. You know what? We're gonna give our brain a little bit of a break because listen. What are we gonna listen to? You know, what should we listen to? Does anyone want to throw a comment? Does anyone throw a comment in the chat? Watching that wants to put in the chat what we should listen to? I'm thinking maybe. Well, let's just see here. No comments on what we should listen to. All right, dope. OBS Blade shows that it's working, right? Yeah, this shit works. Yeah, I mean, I would just say, here, what would be like good mind-numbing shit? I mean, honestly, let's listen to the Henry Kissinger episodes of Behind the Bastards. Let's just Google it. Henry Kissinger part 1. We're gonna go start.
We are the voice of NASCAR.
The green flag is in the.
We're just gonna
signs of great safety.org.
We're just gonna destroy this.
Get a signed copy. Me and Gareth Reynolds with a heavy plate of the dollop. Oh no, I'm losing control. Oh God, you guys are slipping too. Ah! How was that?
That was so bad. It was so bad.
I couldn't disagree more.
That was the most organic. Just real thing I think I've ever heard.
Natural.
Like it was, yeah. Like you're really.
The only
good
thing
at
I'm
this.
noticing is you didn't have plates, so I'm wondering how.
All right, Uber Eats. What are we saying here? What are you saying here? UE. Where's it going? It's going towards.
I was wondering as I started it, are they going to join in, or am I going to just have to commit fully to this? And
now that's something where if it's me, I just let you go and then let you hang in silence for a long time.
I was a dog in a yard that wanted to leave it, but was like, I'll get it. I'm not supposed to leave, so I was on the other end. I wanted to join.
Oh gosh. Well, this is just a wonderful time. Obviously, again, you are Dave Anthony, Gareth Reynolds, hosts of The Dollop, the podcast that invented being funny about history on the internet.
this, but
this has been like bouncing back and forth for a while, and it was just one of those things where it's like, well, when we finally do our 6-part series on Henry Kissinger, it's going to be the worst thing we've ever had to do.
I have a therapy session set up right afterwards.
Dave married a therapist in preparation.
That's good. Really putting in the deep work to make this series a success. So my working title for this, which they probably won't let us use, is Henry Kissinger, comma, a big sack of donkey balls.
What's wrong with that?
Can we do that, Sophie?
I'm perfectly fine with that. What are you talking about?
What do you guys know? Like, I kind of think maybe it's a good idea to start with like, what's your Cliff's Notes? We'll have you do it, Dave, because you're the one who reads things normally.
I mean,
I think that's
what's your Cliff's Notes of Kissinger? Yeah.
Kissinger. The thing that obviously stands out is Vietnam and Cambodia, and that's just reprehensible beyond all words. But he's really been a part of just so many horrific foreign policy decisions, and he's always getting in there. He's always a part of the business. Really was. I don't know if he is now, but for a long time he was always a guy who would come in and go, "Why don't you do the worst thing?"
Yeah, and that's the thing that's interesting and even a little bit difficult about talking about it.
Wait, what is happening? Okay, Jesus.
He's not one of these guys. He's not like, you can't say with him like you can with, I don't know, Saddam Hussein, like, oh, he started this war on this date, or he ordered this man. I mean, you can actually. But he's not on paper supposed to be a warlord or an elected leader. The thing that he is good at doing is getting the ability to do stuff that warlords and dictators do by sitting in the back rooms with people who are the ones who on paper hold the power and convincing them to let him do stuff. And he's the best at that there's ever been.
We've had a couple figures on our podcast who I would relate to, like, and I would say maybe Kissinger is like the war crimes Forrest Gump. Where it's like, just kind of, you're like, oh yeah, he invented shit happens. I didn't know he invented that phrase.
Yeah, that's incredibly, that's honestly a better title than the one I came up with.
That is the perfect title.
That is. I mean, and obviously Forrest Gump is blameless and Kissinger is not, but it does get at the fact that he's just there. He's just in every fucking photo of like guys doing a war crime. Like it is baffling the number of things he's connected to. I should probably just stop selling it. But I do kind of want to talk about the fact that he is this kind of backroom figure in a lot of the worst things that happened in the 20th century, because we're going to spend episode 1. By the time this episode's over, he's not, in the White House. He's not running shit. This is an episode where we talk about like his early life and his ideological roots, because that's what underpins all of the things that he does. He's not a guy. People talk about like what Kissinger believes, and Kissinger himself has written a bunch of books about what he believes. My opinion, as an amateur guy studying this dude, is that I don't think he believes things as much as beliefs and ideas are weapons that he uses in order to get people to let him do horrible things. And he is the master of using beliefs and moving between different groups of people who on paper are ideologically opposed and getting them all to agree with whatever bullshit he wants to do, because he's really good at talking about ideas like a fucking philosopher. Like that's his superpower.
They might just have trouble understanding him. I know I have. Sure, whatever. What did we agree to? Oh, God.
I was going to ask Gareth before we get started. it here. Is your German accent locked and loaded?
I mean, listen, as to the disgust of the German people, it is.
That's fine. That's fine. I think we can all agree after the 20th century, the Germans lost the right to be angry when people make fun of their accent. It's like Texans, you know, everyone can do a Texan.
Yeah, that's how I feel.
Sure, I don't think I can. I can make any accent sound kind of English and sort of Spanish at the same time.
And yet can't do English. It's really just sort of this amazing ability to...
See, whenever I do a non-American accent, it drifts Russian at some point, like 100% of the time.
Great.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Well, this is your time. Now you can shine with what's going on.
I know. I'm ready to just yuck it up over.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, there's a number of roots of what's happening between Ukraine and Russia right now that you can tie back to Henry Kissinger.
Jesus, of course there is.
I mean, that's a little bit less the area that he fucked around in, but he did some fucking around there. Like, one of the things, we are spending 6 episodes talking about Henry Kissinger, and we're leaving some shit out.
Wow.
Yeah, you have to. I mean, he's been around so many years. I mean, just the fact that he was still palling around with Hillary Clinton. In the election, and you're like, what is that guy doing there? Don't you know he's bad?
And he's the thing that is so interesting about Kissinger is that he does have this he's equally good at talking to like people who would call themselves liberals and progressives as he is to like far right neocons. Like he's I mean, I think you could say that part of what that reveals is that the ruling class in this country are all in agreement about things more often than they disagree about things. But part of it is just that, like, he is so charming. We will be talking a bit about Kissinger as a sex symbol, which is a thing that happens, and I am so sorry that we have to discuss it.
No, I was hoping that you would say this because I've wanted to fuck him for so long. Like, that's one of the main things. He's hot.
Yep.
I call him Henry Fuckinger. I've always wanted to... Kiss is not enough for me. That's just the taste of what I'm after.
Oh, boy. We'll A/B test the Forrest Gump and the Fuckinger title. We'll just see what plays best in Poughkeepsie. So, Heinz Alfred Kissinger was born on May 27th, 1923, in the city of Fürth, Germany. The Kissingers were a Jewish family, and so given that this is Germany in the early 20s, you can tell we're not off to a great start already, right? This is not going to be a story that begins in a particularly pleasant place.
Sure.
He was born in a very chaotic world. The Great
Head to your drop-off at 5 Sutton Street.
Year was like 5 years past when he comes in onto the planet. Everything is falling apart in Germany and a lot of other places. The year he's born, Primo de Rivera seized power as the dictator of Spain. Mustafa Kemal took power in Turkey. The Bulgarian prime minister was assassinated in a coup. Like, it was a troubling time to be a baby. But Heinz's mother and father had some reasons for optimism. While Fürth was not an attractive city, in fact, one contemporary described it as stifling in its narrow dreariness, our ungardened city of soot. You know, It's
a city.
It's city. It's a working class factory town, but because of that, and this is the period in which the working class is a lot more left wing than folks tend to give it credit for being today. It's like a haven for Democrats, not like our Democrats, but people who support democracy as opposed to want to go back to having a Kaiser. So Firth is.
Who wouldn't want to go back to having a Kaiser? He was so awesome.
It worked so good. Yeah, I want to have a king who gets us into World War I and like whacks off about his mom's hands. That sounds great again.
Well, now that I know what we're talking about, let's dance. I'm in. I want a Kaiser.
So Firth is, in some ways you could see its reputation in Germany as being kind of like Portland today. It's a very left-wing town. It's seen as a haven for socialists, but it's also kind of like Selma, Alabama during the Civil Rights era, because Firth has a very large Jewish population. And the period in like the late 1800s is when a lot of there's essentially apartheid against Jewish people in Germany for a long time. So Firth is the city that has Germany's first Jewish lawyer, and it has a bunch of their other first Jewish, exes, person who does this job, because it's this very progressive city with a very integrated Jewish community. So it's this mix of the Nazis aren't going to like this town, right?
Like Portland.
Yeah, like Portland. Yeah, it's got some similarities between a couple of things. So Heinz's parents, Paula and Louis, had grown up in Imperial Germany, where Jews were restricted from holding certain jobs, going to certain schools, living in certain homes. And this had ended by the time the Kaiser had. So Louis Kissinger, Henry's dad, came of age in a period in which a Jewish boy could actually build a professional life for the first time in mainstream German society. He was a member of the first and almost the last generation that this would be true of.
Why? What happens?
Oh, Dave, we may need to do a separate podcast series to cover that.
I've never read any German history. Oh my God, it's so exciting.
So he starts work, Louis, as a teacher in a secular private school when he's 18, and he holds the job for 14 years. And he was a very patriotic person. He's also he is an Orthodox Jew, so he's very religious, but he considers himself a German first and foremost. And his family is very patriotic. His brother fights in World War I, so does his wife's dad. Two of his cousins die fighting for the Kaiser. And when the war ends in German defeat, there's all these rumors spread throughout the far right that the nation's been stabbed in the back by an alliance of Jewish boogeymen. Louis he sees this as happening, but he doesn't think that it's ever going to take hold. Henry would later recall that his father would regularly say, "We live in an age of tolerance." Mm-hmm. So his dad is not right. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Are you talking about America in 2022, or are you talking about Germany?
Yeah, we are talking about this on the day that Texas just announced a fun new law.
Yeah.
This is like, Henry's wrong about a lot of stuff. His father is also wrong, but for a much sadder reason.
Sounds like there was a psychic gene in the family. I see us being tolerant for a generation.
Germany will be a watchword for tolerance.
We will be a bastion for all types.
Oh, poor buddy. So he's it's interesting because the Zionist movement is rising in this time, and Kissinger's family rejects this wholeheartedly because they're so German, right? They don't want to ever leave. So obviously the Nazi Party rises consistently through Henry's childhood. Firth was initially safe from this. Just a few months after Heinz is born in September of 23, the Nazis and other far-right organizations hold a German Day in Nuremberg. Several caravans of them pass through Firth, sort of like Nazis do today in a lot of places. And they were looking for a fight when they drove through. They went through Firth because it's the town where you can get a fight. And they got one. This is right after Henry is born, a mob of brown shirts are assaulted by a 100-strong crowd screaming, "Kill them and down with Hitler," which is pretty rad.
Let's end the story there. I love it. It's a great ending.
And that's the tale of Henry Kissinger. A kid who was a baby when some dudes did some rad stuff.
All right.
So Firth was integrated enough that Heinz initially attended a public school with Christian classmates, which was not common for Jewish kids in this time. Yeah, he's going to school with other kids who are not Jewish. Eventually, his dad puts him in a private school, but that's also an integrated private school. So while his education is secular, his family's very strict Orthodox. He attended Hebrew school, which he hated. I found a quote from another Jewish guy who grew up in Firth at the same time that gives an idea as to why Henry was not a big fan of his early religious education. Quote, "Religion was a study, and not a pleasant one, a lesson taught soullessly by a soulless old man. Even today I see his evil, conceited old face in my dreams. He thrashed formulas into us, antiquated Hebrew prayers that we translated mechanically, without any actual knowledge of the language. What he taught was paltry, dead, mummified." And that, I think, is broadly in line with how Henry feels, because he doesn't grow up very religious. So Henry is a little kid, you know, he does a lot of religion stuff, but as he grows older, he rejects his father's passion for faith and his dad's interests in classical music and theater. Instead, Henry Kissinger falls in love with soccer. He is a huge soccer head. Oh,
yeah. What the fuck is happening?
I know, right?
Oh, wow.
Firth has like a locally renowned team. They're one of the best teams in Germany. And so like their kids' teams, which are feeders into this whatever team, are very competitive too. Henry starts playing in a youth league when he's 6 years old. And he later recalled, quote, "I wasn't really very good, though I took the game seriously."
But now, what about soccer? We should talk about that. Oh, sorry, never mind.
So his real prowess early on was in strategy, as this quote from Niall Ferguson's Kissinger, it's a book named Kissinger, like the guy, makes clear. Though no great athlete, Heinz Kissinger was already a shrewd tactician, devising for his team a system that, as it turns out, is the way the Italians play soccer. The system was to drive the other team nuts by not letting them score, by keeping so many people back as defenders. It's very hard to score when 10 players are lined up in front of the goal. So immediately, Henry Kissinger as a kid is like, you know what will help us win and also make this game no fun at all?
Yeah, we need to poison their water. Henry, what are you talking about? Poison
we must firebomb the homes.
We know what to do. Set dynamite under their keeper.
I know we are 6, but we will park the bus. There will be no joy in soccer.
Remove the keeper's hands.
He is as a 6-year-old doing the soccer equivalent of carpet bombing. So he gets so into soccer that he starts to neglect his studies, and his father actually bans him from playing for a while. The older he gets, Henry has more and more conflicts with his dad, a thing that no one else has ever experienced. And yeah, he would regularly, after fighting with his father, bicycle over to the home of a friend who later recalled, he liked being with us. It seems to me he had a problem with his father. If I'm not mistaken, he was afraid of him because he was a very pedantic man. His father was always checking Heinz's homework and kept a close watch on him. Heinz told me more than once that he couldn't discuss anything with his father, especially not girls. So his dad's not like hitting him or anything. He's just like really, really annoying to Henry.
And just like pay attention to your studies beyond anything else. Like, I think I like this girl. Like, well, she's not going to the same school. Focus, Henry, focus.
Well, and he's clearly a dick who's like, you know, you can't be a professional soccer player at 8. You have to go to school. Like, he's clearly an asshole dad.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's definitely the villain of the story.
Yeah, no doubt.
So Henry is magnetic to women girls at this point, from a very young age.
What in the fuck is happening?
I know, it's really weird. It's weird. And this is, the quotes about, you know, girls really liking him at this age come from his father. But, like, this also happens when he's in his 40s and the Secretary of State. What? So I'm going to say his father's probably telling the truth.
I mean, at no point have I seen any version of Henry Kissinger where you're like, man, I mean,
it is weird. That got memory hold because there were New York Times stories about how much women like Henry Kissinger.
Because he looks like a lump of clay you could mold into anything potentially.
That would be looked good.
No.
But it's weird. I mean, he's the guy. Like, we'll talk about some of the things he said about sexuality later. I know you're all getting real excited for that episode.
Yeah.
That's going to be worse than Cambodia.
At one point, one of his friends was actually ordered not to hang out with him because he had, quote, earned a reputation as a skirt chaser. And this is like when he's 9.
Wow. That's early.
Little Henry come rocket Kissinger.
First time I sex was 9.
So, you know, like at this point, he's rebelling against the family religion. He's hanging out with girls. He's playing a hell of a lot of soccer, which seems like a decent childhood. But obviously, the Nazis. So in the mid-20s, the German nation goes on strike against some shit France was doing, Versailles stuff. We don't need to get into it. Inflation goes crazy, right? This is the wheelbarrows full of cash time. This hurts the Kissinger family badly because if you're a private laborer, if you're working for a private company, you can generally strike and organize to get your salary adjusted to deal with inflation somewhat. It's still bad, but it's less bad. Right. If you're a public servant, you don't get shit. Your salary stays the same while inflation jumps up. So this is really a disaster for the Kissinger family. And of course, economic trouble coincides with a constant acceleration of far-right violence. Later as an adult, Kissinger would note without emotion that he was somewhat regularly chased through the streets and beaten up by Nazi thugs as a child.
Wow, that's tough.
Yeah, that's tough.
No punchlines.
No punchlines, but there is something weird about that because he's talked about this a few times, but every time he talks about this, it is so that he can emphatically state that this part of his life had no impact on him. It's really weird. It's very strange.
The literal impact of fists had no impact upon him.
Yeah. And in 1958, he declared, "quote My life in Firth seems to have passed without leaving any deeper impressions."
Well, you don't get to say that, by the way.
Yeah,
that's not how
I feel like you
works.
don't. I feel like you don't.
I feel like I said that to a shrink once about my parents' divorce and then wept.
Yeah, right. It didn't do anything.
I didn't do anything. I mean, what's this? What's this fluid coming out of me?
And it's in 1974, when discussing the times he was beaten in the streets by Nazis, he insisted to a reporter, quote, "That part of my childhood was not a key to anything. I was not consciously unhappy. I was not acutely aware of what was going on. For children, these things are not that serious. It is fashionable now to explain everything psychoanalytically, but let me tell you, the political persecutions of my childhood are not what control my life," which is really interesting, right?
What the fuck?
I know, right?
I'm sure the reporter's I'm ready to ask follow-ups whenever he stops talking. But he's just anyway, you're not supposed to remember from before 10. Anyway.
I mean,
I went numb. That's how I can kill. I went numb at 9. I don't feel anything.
It's like, I got assaulted by a Nazi when I was 33 and it left a mark.
Anytime, just growing up in that environment without being assaulted is going to leave psychological damage.
If your parents had kept you completely safe from street violence, it couldn't not.
Yeah.
And it's like, Henry, this is the only time I'm going to speak sympathetically to you, but it's fine if being beaten by Nazis as a child left a mark on you.
It's the only time you want to Matt Damon him with your Robin Williams arm.
It's okay, man.
It's okay, bud. It happened.
It's interesting. The ways he explains why this didn't leave any mark on him are very interesting. And I want to quote from Henry.
Renee J. says, "Meet at door. Text 8,573,263,280. Don't leave food."
Kissinger in 2004 now. "I experienced the impact of Nazism, and it was very unpleasant, but it did not interfere in my friendship with Jewish people of my age, so that I did not find it traumatic. I have resisted the psychiatric explanations which argue that I developed a passion for order over justice, and that I translated it into profound interpretations of the international system. I wasn't concerned with the international system. I was concerned with the standing of the football team of the town in which I lived. Which, like,
you can't do both. You can't pay attention to soccer.
Like,
and
obviously, no one thinks, Henry, that as an 8-year-old you were like, well, this is going to impact the way that I believe state power should be used when I'm Secretary of State in several decades.
When I'm an advisor to Nixon.
Just like if you have a car accident as a kid, you're not thinking, well, this is going to make me unable to let other people touch me when I'm 33.
Right?
You know, like
I'll hate freeway merging.
like obviously, man. And I don't know. Like, there's a degree to which, in terms of this is the period in which you can be sympathetic to him. I do think there's probably something to be said that if you have this childhood, maybe you don't want to give the Nazis anything. You know, even like this left an impact on me, right? Because like, fuck them. I don't want to say that it had an influence on me, which I get.
No, having grown up in a traumatic, sort of childhood, you can shut it down and tell yourself that you're fine. Like the way he survived it was to shut his emotions down a little bit and tell himself that he was fine, when it actually it is by far probably the most traumatic thing that ever, and created a fucking monster because he didn't get any psychological help.
I'm a monster naturally. It is not nature versus nurture.
I would have killed just as many people if it weren't for the Nazis.
I would have been a despicable piece of shit either way. Don't judge my family.
So, as the 20s roll to an end, the political situation in the Weimar Republic gets correspondingly more dire. In 1925, during a Nazi rally in Fürth, Hitler himself had called it the Citadel of the Jews. The local response at that point in 25 is overwhelmingly negative. And in 1927, only 200 people in Fürth were members of the Nazi Party. Hitler visited the city again in 1928 to little effect. The party just got 6.6% of the vote in local elections that year. But the Great Depression rescues, at the end of the 20s, rescues the Nazis' flagging poll numbers. As Fürth's economy collapses, people grow more willing to listen to the fascists. In the 1930 elections, Nazis surged from 2.6% of the vote nationwide to 18.3%. In Fürth, they won 23.6% of the vote, which is 4 times better than they'd done 2 years earlier, and very frightening for a lot of relevant reasons to today.
Don't know who these two people are.
Nazi electoral successes continue to pace the next year, and by 1933, more than 22,000 Furthers were Nazi voters. I want to quote from Niall Ferguson's book again. On April 9th, 1932, 15 SA men were set upon by Iron Front members as they left the pro-Nazi Yellow Lion pub. 2 months later, Nazi supporter Fritz Reingruber was beaten up for being a swastikist. The same fate befell another Nazi caught selling the NSD newspaper, the Volkische
Really loved hearing that I shouldn't have
The police
rights.
watched helplessly on the evening of July 30th as a mob threw potatoes and stones at a Nazi motorcade going from the Fürth airport to the Nuremberg Stadium. The car carrying Hitler himself was among the vehicles.
Nonsense.
But just a year after Hitler's car gets pelted, after the Nazis begin to consolidate power, when Hitler's the chancellor, the mood is very different. On March 3rd, there's another torchlit parade by the Nazis through Fürth, and on the evening of March 9th, a crowd of between 10 and 12,000 people gathers outside one of the bars there to watch the raising of the red Nazi flag. So, you know, it gets bad pretty fast.
Can I just flag the person who brought the potatoes to the rock throwing event?
I feel like he turned first.
Yeah. Oh, we're doing rocks.
I'm good. Have you been up to anything constructive? Yes, I have been, actually. Can we have a conversation without yelling at me? I'm sensitive, man. I just want to... Who are you talking to? Who would you just nod your head at? One of my females. I'm expecting her to make me a coffee. Which I do want to vouch, by the way. He treats very...
of a rock, World War II happened.
Oh, did you guys see my potato hit that car? It really smushed it.
What do you even say? One of my females constructed to make coffee. You're in Romania being charged
I do love the idea that
for
he also
sex
boiled it before.
Well, I don't want to look weird.
If these are the people that you're looking up
Louis
to,
Kissinger lost his job teaching once the Nazis came to
that
power.
you can go to fucking
Henry,
prison
again,
if
who's
you
never
act
gotten
like
along with his dad, watches his father collapse.
His staff all the way, very, very respect. I just wanted to point that out there.
State of immobility
very,
and
very
psychological
respect.
depression.
Just want to point that out
Lewis
there. I'm just
withdrew into his study, according to Henry's brother Walter, while the world outside veered closer to nightmare. In his book Henry Kissinger and American Power, Schwartz writes,
girlfriend.
Kissinger and his brothers saw the progressive segregation, isolation, and humiliation the Jews of Firth experienced. Even their attempt to watch soccer games came with the risk of their
It's true you do.
by young Nazi thugs.
Did I hurt your feelings last time by asking you about how the banks and the money work?
I was honestly being very ignorant. I was going through a sensitive time. I was very vulnerable. I was being, and I'm sorry for my ignorance, and I apologize to you directly, for real.
A way to leave Germany. A cousin in the United States was willing to provide the financial support that would allow the Kissingers to immigrate. In August of 1938, after a last visit with Paula's elderly parents in Lüdershausen, where Heinz saw his father cry for the first time, the family headed to New York. Only 3 months later, during Kristallnacht, the synagogue in Firth, like hundreds of others throughout Germany, burned to the ground in a night of orchestrated violence.
So you know what it is.
So
I look back at it, and I was being ignorant. I'm very sorry about that.
2,000 Jews in the Jewish
Doesn't
community.
matter. What matters is that you're on the quest for knowledge. You're prepared to take the journey. That's what matters.
Hey man, it's all about taking accountability when you're wrong, right?
That's like, they stay as late
So what
as
have you learned since our last call?
Oh my god. Oh my god, just don't yell, please. Please, today's been such a good day. I went to go try out this mattress. It was amazing. I'll be real with you. You want me to be if you want to talk about some gym, some growth, I'm hitting dumbbell presses. I got up to 65s.
The first time he admits that some part of this had an influence on him, it was moving away from Germany.
But I wasn't even working out. I was a fat
States.
You know me, man. I was fat, addicted to opioids. None of that, bro. Only
that the deepest impact of all this was, quote, all the things that had seemed secure and stable collapsed, and many of the people that once that one had considered the steady examples suddenly were thrown into enormous turmoil themselves and into fantastic insecurities.
Just about working out.
People will say, we'll talk about this later. He's very much an order-obsessed guy.
Maybe a career that you actually
yeah, I get it. I get where that came from.
Just incline dumbbell press. That's the key. And this is coming from somebody that is doing 85s. And
I mean that's very common for that happening in Chile and other places where it all falls apart into authoritarianism.
Regardless,
there's a lot of people who are like, I just want it to be
what the fuck are we doing?
Yeah,
well, you hear that all the time here too. I mean, not like that.
Drinking water, eating healthy, and just focus on positive.
Keep saying that shit.
That's good to know, Aiden. That's very good to know. I don't want you to be going down the wrong path.
Do not treat me like a pussy, please. You don't have to treat me like a pussy. Listen, bro. Yes,
like even the kind of obsession with 90s.
Are you cloned? Are you okay? Are you sad? What the fuck's going on? Why are you not acting like you?
Because he's been in prison for sex trafficking.
Like Henry, like your dad hadn't collapsed into unable to handle himself.
I'm always nice to you, aren't I?
Yeah. Oh my God, we don't have money.
Okay, drop the act now.
There's no act. I'm just really happy that you're doing positive things and you're feeling great.
Why are you acting like a libtard? Just be you.
Yeah,
why are you acting like a libtard?
Oh my
God.
It's very better.
You wanted your females.
Give me that time capsule
to go make you coffee.
It's so funny the parallels because I literally am writing a dollop right now, and the guy turns into an authoritarian, and his dad relationship shut himself in his house and isolated. It's so weird how these things.
I mean, shit. If you. I mean, just to continue off of that.
Glad you tested a mattress. That's put a smile on my face.
I just admitted to you the past time I was just being ignorant. I was not really. I was deflecting. I didn't want to hear these conversations.
Something that seemed stable from your.
Why are you treating me like I'm like a puppy or something, bro?
I'm just happy to see you, Aiden.
What Kissinger said.
Okay, I'm happy to see you too.
But you know,
I'm happy to see you. I'm glad you've learned nothing and you've laid on a mattress.
Services that support this podcast.
Yes, it is great, right?
I mean, look, Henry is one of the few VIPs on the island where you can have children.
To get
anytime he wants, he gets a free 3-bedroom apartment on the child hunting island. Sophie, no.
And that's just what he enjoys, as proven by his previous relationship. This Aiden.
Yes.
Again, if you don't know who these people are,
let's be honest here.
Your heart.
This
but
is
if
essentially
you do, this is for you.
Because when we finish this podcast and it's published,
this is for you.
Kissinger should die.
It's possible I'm planning a dark occult ritual using.
It's fantastic. How's Miami?
It's great. When are you coming down?
To deal,
you're going to have to ask the Romanian government, my friend. I'm not sure yet. We have to hope Trump wins.
Because he's in prison for sex trafficking.
Anyway, here's some ads.
Yeah, it's great how these guys love Donald
My favorite
Trump.
spring cleaning
why.
takeaway is
there's
the
some
post-clean
familiarity
clarity
in
you
there.
get wow,
loving of
how
sex
have I been
crimes.
living like this? It's kind of like when you find out you've been
Because
paying
they're
a fortune for
both
wireless.
monsters,
Mint Mobile
so-
has phone plans for
Yeah.
$15 a
Yay.
month when you
Yay
purchase a
for
3-month
being
plan.
monsters.
Wow, how have I been
Doesn't
affording
win. I don't
this?
think I'll ever go to
It's
America.
time to switch to Mint Mobile.
Okay,
and
so
get
if
unlimited
Trump
talk,
wins, when he
text,
does
and
win, because I want Trump to win as
$15 a
well,
month.
and everyone
Save
must vote for
lives
Trump,
under
correct?
overpriced
W.
wireless
Trump,
bills,
yes.
jaw-dropping monthly
This
bills,
is
and
great. They have a
unexpected
young,
overages.
impressionable
Mint Mobile
audience,
is here to
and they're
rescue you
telling
with
them,
premium wireless plans starting
be
at
shitbags
$15 a
to
month.
women.
All plans come with high-speed data and unlimited.
Vote for Insurrection Man. That is what, like, give me one goddamn policy that Donald Trump likes that you like. Is it tax cuts for the mega rich? Yeah, this man doesn't even live in, frickin' Andrew Tate doesn't even live in goddamn the United States. Aiden Ross lives here, but you're in favor of tax cuts because you're incredibly wealthy from your children audience, from your audience of children. Jesus Christ.
So Trump will. Why when Trump wins will it help you from coming to America?
I think it's not necessarily help. It's more just a moral decision. If Trump wins, I'm going to come to America and I'm going to do a USA tour. I'm going to put a big bus with my face on it. I'm going to travel all across the state.
Let
the Romanian police department
ditch overpriced
figure that
wireless
one
with
out. Let
Mint
the
Mobile's
Romanian
limited time
feds,
deal and get
because they
3 months
really
of
care
premium
when
wireless
Trump's
service
elected.
for
They're going to
$15 a
say
month.
the United States
To get this new
number one
customer
priority
offer
when
and your
Trump's
new
elected.
3-month
He doesn't.
unlimited wireless plan for just
He cares
$15
more
a
about
month. Go to
Andrew Tate's freedom than perpetuating the genocide in Palestine. He's really going to focus on you.
Cut your
when
wireless bill to
he
$15
has
a
more
month at
insurrections to do. No, you're fucked.
And
you're
$45
coping.
upfront payment required, equivalent to $15 a
And I'm
month.
going to do a speaking
New
tour
customers on
and give
first
money to
3-month
veterans.
plan
I'm going to do a
only.
bunch of
Speed
amazing
slower
things
above 40 gigabytes
if
on
Trump
unlimited
wins.
plan.
If they
Additional
vote
taxes,
Biden in
fees, and
again,
restrictions
I give
apply.
up.
See Mint Mobile
Yeah.
There I goes.
Yeah, I saw Biden giving a speech, and he said 4 more years pause. And it's because somebody was talking in his ear, and they were telling him to pause. This guy, look, man, I just think they got to put him in a retirement home, bro. It's kind of cruel what they're doing.
Well, I don't want to get assassinated or put back in jail, but he's not the president, really, is he?
No.
Oh, yay! Some election conspiracy nonsense. Jesus Christ, what are we doing? Let me be clear.
Zero Foxtrot isn't just a brand, it's a way of life. Founded and operated by veterans, Zero Foxtrot's unique apparel and gear echoes the grit of the warrior culture. Zero Foxtrot dedicates itself to producing content.
We are
the
back up.
sacrifices
Let's see
of
here.
forgotten heroes of the past, connecting.
Anything good? Disconnected, BRB. Oh yeah, no, those are those comments. Do I have any chats? What's up? This should be back up. So if I go to freaking OBS Blade, then I've only been streaming for 2 hours. That's kind of crazy. Like, we're not going to accept this one. Yeah, $3 to like go to McDonald's. It's just nothing. Let's just double check this is working. Fetching preview. Yeah, fuck yeah, it's working. Hi, y'all can hear me. Y'all can see me. And let's go to chat. We should go to scene. Yeah, I don't know why that's like that. It's probably just static. Absolutely. We're just going to go back downtown. And then we're going to go here. Cool. Down. Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, it's fine, man.
Hey,
It's
awesome.
Friday.
It's Friday. We made it to the weekend, man.
I'm telling you.
Hell yeah. I like the bike.
Thanks.
itself and just suicide itself. Right now seems to be working, but yeah, just making my way downtown, and we'll see what this is all about. It's $6. Where's it going? It's going to Brookline. I don't want to do that right now. I want to be downtown Boston. What is this? What is this 3 points? Yeah, $6. What is it 3 points? Five shifts completed, $19. And $100 is really hard. All right, onwards and forwards, going downtown. Going downtown. Dude, the stream's still on. Stream's still good to go. Dude, stop that. $4. What are we doing? Absolutely. I don't know what he's doing. All right. We're cooking. I want this to be closer to me so y'all can hear me. But hello. Absolutely not. Please don't do that. Yeah, generally speaking, we're listening to Henry Kissinger and all of the evil shit that man has done, and just the sheer volume of just pure evil that man has accomplished in his life. It is remarkable. I am sorry, Reeds, you are not fucking me here, actually. You're actually not gonna fuck me here. I'm going downtown. It was lunchtime. Oh my god, okay, I'll look. You're tempting me. Where's the That's towards downtown.
Head to your pickup at Crumble Cookies, Dorchester.
Talking about Henry. Yeah, around. You need to, once I make it downtown, hopefully relatively soon. Our battery's running out here today. It might rain. My plug is so far away. Regardless, we're doing pretty well. We had a cool conversation with a Jamaican woman today. It's pretty dope. And biking around, it has gotten colder, and that storm front doesn't look amazing. It just frankly doesn't. But yeah, Henry Kissinger, the absolute best thought and a half, was like, dude, hey, I just got beaten up by Nazi street thugs, and it didn't affect me at all. You know, why would it affect me? You know, why would it ever even affect me? That's crazy. Who would even think about it affecting me? That's insane. I do kind of want to just get like an hourly job doing deliveries, because just like accepting deliveries on Uber Eats is crazy. It's basically no money at all. I think like Lantern or something. I might need to sign up for that, because this makes like $0.00. And then also my freaking Eats thing is weird. My body's running out of battery. All right, we'll get back to the pod. Not very right now. I need to grab myself after this route here, but get to it. Let's get to it.
History to the present. Embark on a journey with Zeroless.
Moisturized and empowered. Check out all the...
We're back. Have you guys gone to the island where you can hunt little kids for sport?
Yes, it's amazing. Mm-hmm. It's also fresh.
It's very, the brisket.
Didn't expect it to be that fresh.
Mm-hmm. So good. So Kissinger today has
Sophie's just shaking her head.
Kissinger today has idyllic recollections of his early years in the United States. He often talks about walking down the streets of his new neighborhood, seeing a group of boys walking towards him and crossing the street because he's afraid he's going to get beaten. And then he would realize like, oh, that doesn't happen here, which obviously it did in other parts of the US.
I should start beating those boys.
Yeah.
They're just wearing brown shirts because they like brown.
Yeah, yes. Henry, this is a country where some people who wear brown aren't Nazis. Some of them are. Some of them are, Henry.
Definitely are.
Different did not mean easy, though. The Kissingers spent their first years in a crowded Bronx apartment living with family. Louis got sick and even more depressed. Paula had to take control of the family and handle shit. She became a caterer and started a business that became the family's lifeline. The neighborhood they lived in was dominated by Orthodox Jewish families with a familiar background. A lot of them were from other parts of Germany. And so the Kissingers benefited from the help of several community organizations in getting back on their feet. He benefits a lot from the fact that, there's not really a government support network, but the other Jewish refugees who have come over from Europe have built support networks to make it easier for new folks coming in. Henry's teen years were a mix of school and synagogue. He failed his first driving test, but excelled at soccer, and he grew to admire many aspects of his new home, including, quote, American technology, the American tempo of work, and American freedom, which I might say is in direct opposition to the American tempo of work, but whatever. Kissinger was frustrated by the casual approach to life that he saw in his new peers. He thought they were superficial. He wrote at the time that, quote, no youth my age has any kind of spiritual problem that he seriously concerns himself with. Which, well, yeah.
Okay, Henry. All right, Hank. Fair.
I like if you come over from Nazi Germany and you're like, people here seem carefree and shallow.
And your school was like, and your schooling was basically like some old dude being like, you didn't treat these right. Like you're gonna be like, geez, these guys are really not focused on what matters.
Yeah.
Look, I don't want to be too critical, but New York could use a little bit of Nazism. You know what I mean? It's a little loose.
That's hard. So, because of all of this, this is why one of his biographers, Schwartz, describes young Henry as socially inept. He's not great at talking. He's not great at dealing with his new peers. He did start dating again, though. First a girl who was a refugee from nearby Nuremberg, but most of his focus was on schoolwork and soccer. Kissinger graduated George Washington High School and started at the City College of New York. He took classes at night so he could work during the day at a brush cleaning factory some of his cousins owned.
These brushes are filthy, boys. Keep going. Let's do dirty shit.
It's the most amazing, old-timey job ever.
It's basically all I can picture is just the jobs are either pressing sheets or washing brushes. These brushes are not going to clean themselves, gentlemen. How many times do I have to tell you?
Well, and the corollary is some mom being like, Billy, you didn't take your sister's brushes to the cleaning shop. What are you going to do now? It's very funny. Everything old-timey is funny. People are going to think this in the future about, I don't know, having water. So, at this point, Henry's ambition in life was to get, quote, a nice job, likely in accounting. One biographer noted, quote, nothing that happened to Kissinger during those years encouraged him to read more widely. His historical interests were as underdeveloped when he was 20 as when he arrived in New York as a boy of 15. Which is the first normal thing about him. That yeah, dude, he's whatever. He's a kid. Yeah.
We're about to get in the studio 54 years ago.
Yes. So World War II happens, starts, for the United States at least. It started elsewhere a bit earlier.
Right,
But for the U.S., it starts...
All right, we'll do it.
Yeah. When Henry is 21. He did not initially feel called to volunteer for service, but when he got his draft notice in 1943, he complied and joined the roughly 16 million Americans who became soldiers during this period. And if it weren't for this, Henry Kissinger probably never would have been a figure of historical importance. Again, he just kind of wanted to be an accountant. But being drafted successfally disrupted his plans for a quiet, boring life and thrust him into the war.
That says it all.
Yeah, it's not. It's just, maybe don't draft this guy.
Right? Yeah, or don't draft him. Just right now, you could be like, you don't. I did not actually see your Venmo this year, so process.
Yeah, there's a future where he just has really strong opinions on W-2s.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we missed that one.
As 1099, but I feel like it was actually more like W4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. he does like a Bernie Madoff thing, but either way, it's a much better feature than the one we got.
Yeah. We'll take the Madoff ending for him, for sure.
Yeah. So we have letters that Henry sent to his brother Walter during training. He purported to like the, quote, middle Americans he met there, but warned his sibling, don't become too friendly with the scum you invariably meet there.
Well, hello.
So he did pick up a little something from the Nazis. It turns out.
He's a little bit, right? Yeah. He also advised against having sex with the, quote, filthy syphilis-infected camp followers, which is too specific to have been random. I think Henry Kissinger had a bad experience with the camp followers.
Look, everyone at camp has syphilis. It's all about canoeing and having your nose fall off.
Every girl I fucked had syphilis.
I fucked one girl got syphilis. Every one of them has it. That's what
I am patient zero of the syphilis epidemic.
That's right. Yes. That's why you're surrounded by counselors.
So the Army administered a series of tests which Kissinger excelled at, and he earned entrance into a special training program that sent particularly bright soldiers to college. He received his American citizenship in 1943 while he was at Lafayette College in Pennsylvania. The program lasted just 6 months, and Henry finished 12 engineering classes. During his off hours, he would hitchhike home and see his girlfriend. He was a brilliant student, recognized by his roommates as the, quote, brainiest of a very intelligent class. One classmate recalled, he didn't read books, he ate them, with his eyes, his fingers, and with his squirming in the chair or bed, and with his mumbling criticism.
Jesus Christ, that's...
Use more salt if I...
Sounds like a book.
This is a really weird way to describe it, dude.
It's kind of what the way he looks now is like he eats books.
Yeah.
Everyone had like a visual like reaction to that line, like ooh, cringe.
I know.
Dude. We're gonna go get some grub after this one. Get some grub. Oh shit. Deliver this cookie. 7, 3, 5, 0. Hey, how are you?
Well, and you?
Doing well. Hey, yeah, pick up for, Shoki. Sweet, thank you. Oh, interesting. Let's see it. It is this guy. I like the Akatsuki thing you got on.
Oh, thanks for some stuff.
Yeah.
What the story of that classmate? Like,
Yeah.
what caused you to describe a dude reading?
That way. Well, in my college, I ate analogies. I just would just devour them.
I eat them like a synonym, you know? His professors would use Henry to explain complicated concepts to the other soldiers, and for a brief period of time, he had status and respect, which he'd begun to crave as a young man. His time in this program was cut short because, you know, D-Day, we decide America's like, we're gonna do a Normandy landing, and the Army's like, well, we probably don't need smart people for that, so let's pull these kids out of the class and train them how to get shot by
Hey
MG-42s.
guys, we actually want to talk to you over here about something totally different. You guys, no, not you, Chad. You stay right there, Chad. Talk about these other guys. Thank you. Good luck.
So Henry and his classmates get
yeah,
sent
no problem.
back to
Thank you so
basic
much.
training.
Have a great day.
Sergeants, according to Henry, took glee in tormenting the college kids, which I don't know, probably true. While he was preparing to go overseas, and this is what my grandpa was doing in World War II, and I hope he bullied Henry Kissinger. I hope my grandpa got a chance to give Henry Kissinger some shit. Fingers crossed,
he did,
right?
He did. Thank you. He did.
He did.
Absolutely.
So while he was preparing to go overseas,
Head to your drop-off at 112 Southampton Street.
His biographer Schwartz writes, even in the misery of Camp Claiborne, however, Kissinger stood out, selected by his commanders to provide soldiers with a weekly briefing on war news. Although he did the job well, Kissinger was more impressed with another older German refugee in an American uniform, Fritz Kramer, who came to Camp Claiborne in May 1944 to speak about the meaning of war. After Kramer's impassioned talk, Kissinger wrote him a note. Dear Private Kramer, I heard you speak yesterday.
Check yes. Oh, sorry.
That's basically, yeah. I liked what you had to say. Can I help you somehow?
Oh, wow.
Like that's literally what the note is, Scare.
Check your notes.
Yeah. Kramer responded almost immediately to the simple fan letter, returning a few days later to seek Kissinger out for conversation and dinner, insisting they speak in German, not English. The Lutheran Kramer later said that he was taken with this, quote, little Jewish refugee he had met who, he believed, as yet knows nothing, but already he understands everything. That's an interesting way to describe him.
I mean, sounds like a guy who reads books.
Yeah. And this guy, Kramer is a Prussian, which I don't know the degree to which that means anything to a lot of people. The Prussians, so there was most of the resistance to the Nazis was from the left. Once the Nazis got into power, the resistance to the Nazis that meant anything was Prussian. Not because they were good dudes, but because they were way too conservative for Hitler. They were like, well, we want to fight and take over all of Europe, but like with a Kaiser who has royal blood, not this like gross little corporal and stuff. And it's complicated because like a lot of those Prussians got murdered by the Nazis, and as a general rule, your sympathy is with the people who get murdered by the Nazis. But it's also like, yeah, you got murdered by the Nazis for the wrong reasons.
Right, yeah, right. They were like, we have one small note, but everything else is working great for us.
They were the guys who were like, Hitler's bad because he's not going to win the war against Russia.
Right. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this guy, Fritz Kramer, would be, in Henry's words, quote, the greatest single influence on my formative years. Since Fritz was a Prussian conservative, so for an idea of how fucking German Fritz Kramer is, he wears a monocle
This is dystopia. This freaking giant-ass parking lot and the city in the background.
Oh my god.
Crazy.
I am the craziest asshole ever.
Wow.
What the fuck?
And, you know, Fritz hated the Nazis, which, good. He also hated the communists, which you have to think there was some sus stuff there.
Yeah.
You know, communists, there's a mixed bag like everybody, but I don't think he's very nuanced about it. Schwartz also credits Fritz with expressing, quote, a respect for international law and emphasis on the moral basis of civilization. And what Fritz Kramer means by the moral basis of civilization is not the same as what I think maybe you or I might mean.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now I think the most important influence Kramer had was Kramer is very conservative, and Henry is kind of a natural conservative, and Kramer really reinforces this feeling in Henry, which is expressed by a growing sort of revulsion in Kissinger towards any ideas outside of the political median, right? Which you get why he has a tendency towards this. If your childhood is this like battle of extremes in your hometown, I get why you would kind of veer towards the middle, and this guy Kramer really turns that up to 11 in him. One write-up in the New Yorker notes, quote, he warned Kissinger not to emulate cleverling intellectuals and their bloodless cost-benefit analyses. Believing Kissinger to be musically attuned to history, he told him, only if you do not calculate will you really have the freedom which distinguishes you from the little people. So that's bad. So that's gonna go really bad.
I mean, you really are like. I mean, this is his Morpheus. We're just starting to be like, okay, this is. Yeah. And by the way, have you thought about maybe just losing the glasses and just going with the wand? That is so much like punish your weak eye. You must punish the weak even when it comes to your eyes.
Yeah. He has found a kid who like has a problematic history of starting fires and is now teaching him how to build a fertilizer bomb. He's a bad influence.
Yeah. Matches are so-so, but have you ever seen a Zippo? These are great.
So Kissinger finishes training and is deployed with the 84th Infantry Division as it moves towards Nazi Europe. His division sees a decent amount of combat. He does not. He's a back ranker. He handles administrative and management tasks. And he finds the power and authority he gets through his time in the service intoxicating. Though he doesn't fight directly, he does earn a Bronze Star for valor because he helps catch and take out a Gestapo sleeper cell, primarily due to the fact that, like, he's just, a very observant dude. In 1945, he participates in the liberation of a concentration camp, Ahlem, A-H-L-E-M. I'm not 100% sure on how to pronounce it. One prisoner at the camp remembered him as the young American who announced, "You are free." For Kissinger, the overwhelming memory of this experience was seeing inmates he described as being barely recognizable as humans and feeling the instinct to feed them before learning that some were so starved that solid food would kill them. Shortly thereafter, one thing you gotta say, he does not he's not a sheltered upbringing.
And you would be like, oh, maybe that could be the influence that made him be like, oh, you can. There's good. You can provide the people who are tortured and starved some, help.
You could take away from this like, my God, war is evil. We should do everything we can to prevent it, as opposed to, yeah, baby.
Let's see how it plays out, Dave.
Maybe this is the.
Shoakina says. Shoakina says, meet a dork.
Oh, God. It's part behind the Bastards episode about a cool dude who does nice things. I just brought you guys here to talk about a chill guy. So shortly after liberating this concentration camp, Kissinger writes an essay on his experience where he asks, quote, who was lucky, the man who draws circles in the sand and mumbles, I am free, or the bones that are interred in the hillside? He concludes from the experience that this is humanity in the 20th century.
Hey, Hey, can I call you back? Just give me like 2 minutes.
So, I mean, an understandably bleak take from liberating a concentration camp. That.
Now we see what our boomer parents.
Oh, okay. Got it. So not Southampton, but Atkinson. All right. Got it. Thank you. Hey, yeah, delivery for cookies?
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotcha. Perfect. Give me 1 second. Oh no, please don't tell me. Oh no, sorry. Here you go. Kind of.
Thank you.
Make sure nothing, okay, good. Awesome.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. Perfect. Hopefully they taste pretty good. Good luck today. I'm sure your work is harder than mine. What's up with this bag right now? It's like not very secure. I'm gonna go to Uber Eats. I'm gonna go here. And I'm gonna go fucking delivery. Lunch. Yeah, it's gonna get busy later, so we'll back up, head back home. I think we're gonna munch back home. That stuff. Grab got. What's up, watermelon lover? Hey. Dope. Hey. Hi. Let's frickin' go. Alright. This. And, GoPro stream, connect. Make sure we're live. Dope. This should be working. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Everything's good downtown. So just double check. Do we have any of this? All right. Downtown. Where are we? Go back. I want to go to. Yeah, we'll go to. This one will be right downtown.
Starting route to Sweetgreen.
Dope.
At the stop sign, turn right onto Southampton Street. What's up, Nyasha?
Just give me 2 minutes. I need to finish. Oh shit. I need to finish and not to die. No, just you know.
But now we're going to go on to our first domestic politics story of the day. Let's get to it. As always, corruption in the United States, but we're a developed nation. We're above corruption. Oh wait, no. Oh, U.S. Congressman Kuhler. U.S. Congressman Kuhler, indicted for alleged Azerbaijan influence scheme. Henry Kuhler, a Democrat, accused of accepting bribes in exchange for advancing interests of Azerbaijan in Congress. Please note that Azerbaijan has taken over Nagorno-Karabakh, which was an ethnically Armenian enclave in Azerbaijan, by force via their massive military advantage over Armenia, and they essentially committed an ethnic cleansing where everybody in
shit, right? And like guaranteed to like get a $5 tip if I deliver to an apartment downtown, right? It'd be like the Manhattan area, you know, like right bound like Madison Square.
Now we're going to get into some sad news, but you have to cover really tragic things, and this is a very sensitive subject. And if you're listening to this and you're a friend of mine and you're sensitive about this issue, I'm sorry, but here is something clear as day, which is a Holocaust survivor talking about what's happening in Israel-Palestine. And make no mistake about it. Let's see. What does he say?
I saw in Auschwitz that if a dominant group wants to dehumanize others, so as the Nazis wanted to dehumanize me, these dominant group must first be dehumanized in a way themselves by diminishing their empathy due to propaganda and indoctrination in order to be able to be as cruel as some were. Okay, but the same holds nowadays for Israel. I am appalled about how hateful, how dehumanized, that they do not see any human aspect in any Palestinian anymore. It's terrible. The Zionists have not any right whatsoever to use the Holocaust for any purpose. They have given up everything which has to do with humanity, with empathy, for one thing, the state, the blood and soil, just like the Nazis.
This is a Holocaust survivor. If you can't hear it from him, you can't hear it from anybody. This is a Holocaust survivor from Nazi Germany. And Double Down News does this is from Double Down News, but they do a great job at interspersing the propaganda footage and the dehumanization rhetoric that Israel's using. It's the domination of one subgroup to another subgroup and the dehumanization. This guy is such a fucking G for explaining how this whole process works. And again, if you can't hear it from a Holocaust survivor, who can you hear it from?
I was educated, I learned at school about blood and soil, and that's exactly their idea too. And humans do not play a role. Judaism, as I learned it, is highly, highly ethical. And so
right now, they're showing the protest at Grand Central Station that happened a couple months ago, where it was the Jewish Voice for Peace. These are all Jewish individuals protesting the genocide that's happening in Gaza. This is not about anti-Semitism. This is not about anti-Semitism. This is not about Judaism versus Islam. This is about a colonizing force using its overwhelming firepower to bomb a group back to the Stone Age, killing 10,000 plus children. And if you can't hear it from a Holocaust survivor, you can't hear it from anyone. Your brain is closed off.
Cannot connect Zionism with highly ethical. You can only connect the words aggressive, oppressive, stealing, robbing with Zionism, but not highly ethical. Zionism and Judaism are contrary to each other because Judaism is universal and humane, and Zionism is exactly the opposite. It is very narrow, very nationalistic, racist, colonialistic, and all this. There is.
It's a colonizing force. Zionism is fundamentally based upon colonization. When you understand that there were people in Palestine, and then after the dissolution of the Ottoman Empire and the end of World War I, and then obviously after World War II, the British were just like, yeah, go on, take that land with machine guns. Go take it. Go take it. Well, if you're going to base your state around the murder of the people that are currently living there, your state will end up being an oppressive regime. Blood and soil, ethnicity and land. You claim this land is your own because of your ethnicity. It's not a good thing. And it's one of the cruelest parts of history that the Jewish people, who a Holocaust was perpetrated against them. This man, a Holocaust survivor, has to see the state of Israel, which does not represent Jewish people, commit these mass atrocities, these mass crimes. It's horrible.
There is no national Judaism. There is Zionism and there is Judaism, and they are completely different.
Never again for anyone. Never again for anyone. This is Hajo Mayer. He's a Dutch Jew and Holocaust survivor and spent his life fighting Zionism. He passed away in 2014, but a decade later, his words are as relevant as ever. You know what this shows? You know what this shows? He died in 2014. He didn't need to see the flattening of Gaza to know that when Israel colonized Gaza and the West Bank, colonized Palestine with machine guns, forceful displacement of everyone that lived there, that's just what happened. They just went in there with machine guns and they conquered. And now they have these people in their open-air prisons. And he saw that in 2014. This didn't happen on October 7th. There were massacres in order to colonize this piece of land. So let's, again, if you can't hear it from a Holocaust survivor, who can you hear it from? If you can't hear it from a Holocaust survivor, who can you hear it from? This is not, oh, both sides are bad and it's just tough. It's just not. It's just not. So listen, hear his words. Yeah. Our next story is going to be labor news and just labor issues in general. As you know, I'm big on workers' rights and worker cooperatives and moving forward economically past this stage of neoliberal capitalism. Many ideas how to do that. You've probably seen my harebrained schemes and harebrained ideas. But here we're going to react to a More Perfect Union video. They do a fantastic motherfucking job, and here they are.
All this profit that I'm generating is going to Nestle, and I'm struggling to make ends meet and be provided a living wage is really demoralizing.
It kind of breaks my heart that the whole model that cafes operate on is rampant exploitation of workers.
My cafe, I know, made just under $1 million last year, and I made $27,000. I know that I can make a $7 latte in about 1.5 minutes, so in about 5 minutes, I'm making my hourly wage.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's pure exploitation. This is how capitalism works. You have the labor theory of value. It's pretty simple. Let's just get into this real quick, actually. Labor theory of value. If you have a good, all of the parts of the coffee cost 15 cents, including You know, the per coffee part of the machine. So the machine costs $10,000, but per coffee it costs 5 cents, whatever it is, right? And you sell the coffee for $2, you're making $1.85 per coffee. The worker is getting paid another 15 cents, or they say 35 cents or something. So there's $1.50 of profit that goes somewhere. And you say, well, some of it goes to capital expenditure. That's fine. Okay, take out 30 cents for that. So then you have $1.05. Okay, some of it went to capital expenditure, you know, updating, maintaining. Okay, some of it goes to loans, blah, blah, blah. At the end of the day, let's just say there's 50 extra cents in profit. That just goes straight to the bank of that owner. Oh, and they risk capital. This guy makes $27,000 a year. He can't live. They can't survive. This is the labor theory of value. We've known this forever. This is why we need worker cooperatives, worker ownership, worker cooperatives. Check out esoperative.com. Esoperative.com, I can hook you up so you don't have to live this miserable capitalistic existence. Esoperative.com, check us out, because this is wild bullshit.
Wage. The rest of that hour, I am simply making profit for the company. It is a devastating feeling when I actually think about the math of the value that we are producing compared to the wages that we are making.
For these reasons, workers in Massachusetts are unionizing so that Blue Bottle will bargain with us in good faith over these issues.
I've literally been to this exact same coffee shop, and a latte costs like $7. This one, I believe, is in Harvard Square, and I know that because I've been there. And I'm like telling my fiance, yo, what up, Tyrone? We are not going there because they have $7 coffees and I'm a broke bitch. So let's not actually go get a $7 latte. And she's like, I love coffee. It's my favorite thing ever. I'll tip the workers. They'll, you know, whatever. And meanwhile, look at what they make. Look at what they make. Support worker ownership. Check out Esoperative. Check out Esoperative. Check out Esoperative.com. Esoperative.com. ESOPERATIVE.com.
It was 2017 that Nestle acquired a 68% stake ownership.
Aha, it is Boston. I knew it.
Of Blue Bottle. So they have about 100 stores internationally, 76 here in the US.
The value that Blue Bottle offers to Nestle is largely brand. They're trying to expand as quickly and aggressively as possible. So that way they can be known as, you know, the undisputable leader in specialty coffee. But it's all just...
Specialty coffee is so funny to me. I'm sorry, pause. This is serious labor stuff and how labor theory of value and capitalists stealing from you. Again, worker ownership, esoperative.com. Okay, I'll stop that. But it's just like, why am I spending $7 on a latte? I love my drip coffee, you know, whatever. We got it here. We're sipping it. We're sipping on that coffee. $7 for a latte is absurd, especially given, you know, the wage I'm making. If I made, you know, $300,000 a year, I wouldn't mind spending $7 on a latte, but it's just insane, like, that this is a thing in the first place. It's just a wild business model.
Just, you know, a very thin veneer.
Sorry, last thing. It's all branding. It's branding all the way down. They have a blue bottle for their coffee. Oh, wow, it's fancy, and I will spend more money for it. Yeah, sorry. Again, labor theory of value. This is all very important stuff. This is a very fundamental concept on how capitalism works. But understand that it's just hilarious that, you know, the branding for a blue bottle and the cup of coffee.
It's not really that luxurious because me and my coworkers all struggle to make ends meet.
I certainly, before I started working there, was not aware that Nestle owned Blue Bottle. It's not advertised anywhere. Nestle's name is not on any of the products. I think they really do benefit from the sort of like boutique.
So they've managed to launder the boutique reputation of Blue Bottle coffee. I didn't know they were owned by Nestle. Nestle's this like evil company that sells water rights, you know, to, you know, indigenous people when they're poisoning the water. You know, it's like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? Using like child slave labor. And yet they've managed to brand themselves correctly. And probably the Blue Bottle guys, the Blue Bottle founders, I don't know who they are, but they're probably decent human beings. I don't know that for a fact. And they're just looking to cash out. They're selling to Nestle because they're looking to cash out. Hey, talk to me instead. If you're a business owner, talk to me instead. Esoperative.com. I can help you sell your business to your workers. That way your workers aren't exploited and you still get the bag. And you don't have to sell to Nestle.
Boutique vibe, while, you know, if you are aware, you can start to see it in small things like the way the work environment functions and their ways of doing business, which are very corporate,
The chain of command is incredibly slow to respond to employee concerns. I had a coworker who was told to take paid time off when a coworker was harassing her before Blue Bottle would deal with the issue.
It's definitely been challenging to manage the expenses of living in Boston with what I'm being paid at Blue Bottle.
As somebody that lives in Boston, she's 100% correct. I mean, could you imagine making $30,000 here? Like, I have, this is too much information, but I have 4 roommates and I'm 26. The housing crisis is very real. If you're making minimum wage, you're fucked. I worked in high finance. I don't anymore, but I did. And it was a struggle to get by, and I had to have multiple roommates. These guys probably have roommates in their actual room. Like, it's impossible. By the way, check out freaking watermelon. So goddamn cute. I'm cursing like a sailor. Everything's going to get demonetized. My God. Okay, regardless, I mean, it's just ridiculous how we've structured the economy. It's absurd.
We've already seen a number of benefits that I thought were generous and exciting and unique to Blue Bottle taken away since I've started working for this organization that's owned by such a large $100+ billion per year revenue organization.
We, as the baristas on the floor.
It's wild that you gain these rights as laborers and then they're taken away from you. You're like, oh my gosh, I got a pay raise. That's awesome. And then it can just snap and it goes away. And like, finally you're able to afford that apartment, or you're able to like go out to eat once more per week. Like, it affects your life a lot when you're barely making enough money to get by, or not even getting by. These guys are probably on government assistance because their corporation doesn't pay them enough.
Are creating the value for this company. I make the drinks, I serve them to the customers. We are the face of Blue Bottle, and we deserve a living wage. We deserve rights in our workplace, and we deserve to feel safe and comfortable in the lives that we live.
We announced our union campaign on April 3rd with a March on the Boss. Approximately 50 workers in 5 out of the 6 stores in Massachusetts asked for voluntary recognition. And then crickets from Blue Bottle. On April 8th, we walked out from 5 stores.
If the Blue Bottle guys wanted to cash out, instead of selling to Nestle and all of your employees hating you and having to form unions and walking out of your stores, you could have sold to your employees. I could have helped you with that if you really wanted to know. I could help you. I could have helped you with that. And you wouldn't have had to deal with these things. Your labor rights would have stayed and maintained the same. The workers could have ran the freaking business and you could have cashed out. But instead, you cashed out by selling to Nestle and they screwed over everybody else because they have to focus on quarterly earnings. It all comes back to the first story. It all comes back to finance. Everything comes back to how the corporation is structured.
To file for an election that very same day. We haven't experienced any retaliation yet, and we're very thankful to management for that. At the same time, it's just as disrespectful to be given the silent treatment.
Coffee is one of those industries that has been like exploitative as long as it's been around. It's always been bad. And I think what people are realizing is they deserve more. And that's correct. You do deserve more. You should be able to live based on whatever job you do.
To Blue Bottle workers.
That's the key point. You should be able to live on the job that you do. People act like some jobs are beneath them. Like some jobs don't deserve a livable wage. They act like, oh my God, no, that's an unskilled laborer. And meanwhile, the guys I showed you earlier, if you guys were listening, whatever, the Apple guys just talking about Apple stock all day long, they probably make $250 a year. $250,000 a year, definitely over $100K, every single one of those, market analysis guys. And they're just doing the horse race. Click, click, this thing goes up, it goes down, a market cap and Mag 9 and throwing out all these buzzwords. These people actually make a real product, okay? I think your job is bullshit in comparison to these guys. But you're like, well, their job is low skilled. It's like, bitch, your job is throwing out buzzwords and talking about nothing, adding no value to the actual economy. These guys actually provide coffee. All right. Now let's go back to FDR. FDR wanted the new Bill of Rights that guaranteed things like a livable wage. All right. These are concepts that have gone back generations and generations and generations. And you know what? You fight for them now, you're called a socialist. You're called a communist. You're smeared. You're smeared as somebody that's, radical and crazy. These people just want to be able to exist. Jesus.
Across the country and around the world, I would say that you really don't have that much to lose. If the cost of living across the globe continues to go up and our wages continue to stagnate or shrink relative to the real cost of living, you actually have a world to gain if you stand together with your coworkers and your comrades to actually fight for the value you produce.
Yeah, he's arguing for unionization. I argue for more than that. I argue for worker cooperatives and the ownership of the business by the workers. ESOperative.com. Well, that's the labor news for the day. Labor theory of value, thoroughly explained. I mentioned co-ops a lot. I have lots of videos where I talk about them, so you can click on those. And I can also explain what the difference between a joint stock holding company and a worker cooperative, a consumer cooperative, a mixed capital cooperative, an ESOperative, an ESOP, a C Corp, a B Corp, all the different corporate structures, and which ones wouldn't produce these suboptimal results. I can help you explain that if you would like. So yeah, that's the video. Thank you very much. And now we're going to do some really, really dumb content here, which is...
Yo, sorry. Wait, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second here. Give me 1 secundo. How much do you make in like an hour on DoorDash, would you say? Like, what's your hourly? What would you say? Yeah. Yeah. Start DoorDash at 5. Okay. Okay, so you're saying 5 hours, $80. That's actually like not horrible. Yeah. 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 So you're like, it has to be worth my time. I gotcha. I mean that's interesting. It's interesting to think about like what your actual hourly rate is for like delivery driving. And honestly, like, dude, it's pretty fucking bad, man. Like, hourly rate is pretty fucking bad. Yeah. Oh, god damn it. Why is that motorcycle just being crazy? Dude. Why is this not? Oh, dude, so, I'm, like, been trying to stream my bike ride around. Cause, like, I got some pretty good footage of just, like, people just being crazy fucks. But it's super hard to, like, there's so many moving parts and everything, it's hard to, like, make everything continue to work, you know what I mean? Like, having your phone work and, like, having the stream work, and, because I'm, like, trying to, so it's just, there's all this shit that I'm trying to have, work, but for some reason, it always shuts off. That being said, it's working. This is like my first real day of doing like hours and hours and hours of it. So I'm on like, let's see. I started, my goal today was 10 hours. I'm at 6 hours and 15 minutes left. So that means that I did about 4 hours today of 4 hours. Yeah, well, my goal was like 10 hours of like streaming, not like DoorDash the whole time. Cause like I'll go eat, I'll like, well, it's an electric bike. Dude, thanks. No, I appreciate it. I mean, yeah, you know, I'm gonna get legs for days. Say that again? Yeah, it's like the old, like, I don't have abs, but I just have like insane calves. Like, it's, yeah. She's like, oh my God, miss me with those abs. Have you seen those calves? Calves are where it's at nowadays. Yeah, could you imagine? Oh my God. Yeah, after I go munch, I'm gonna go back home. Dude, like, you got to appreciate, like, you don't got to, but like, you kind of like have to give props to the dudes that like stream for like hours and hours and hours every single day. Like, yeah, the guys that are like doing like 10 hours a day on Twitch. Like, I mean, you don't have to give props to them because like all they're doing is like playing video games. They're not like at a homeless shelter, like actually helping people or whatever. But like, oh, by the way, I did drop off cookies at a homeless shelter today. Friday. That was awesome. But freaking, like, it is hard as shit just to like sit there, or not just sit there, but like have shit to say for that long. Like, that's kind of like an exhausting thing to do. You know what I mean? Like, just be chatting for that long. I don't know. Okay, my bike is locked up. Like, would you rather, okay, genuine question. Would you rather have make $200K in an investment bank or make $1 million a year live streaming? Yeah. Here, I'm not listening to you. I'm just gonna mute myself while I order a salad. Okay. Hey, could I get a harvest bowl? Yeah, but could I change the dressing to miso dressing? Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Medium heavy.
Medium, please. Sorry about that. Just ordering a salad. Yes. That's actually a really good point. Yeah, you're basically like eventually with can I have a piece of bread as well? Thank you. Look at my fat ass, like. Excuse me, yeah, don't forget the bread. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You were gonna make 220? Holy shit. Holy shit, dude. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, man. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Jesus Christ. Jesus. That's a lot of money. I did not realize. Cause like in the stock brokerage world, like yeah, that like kind of exists, but in reality, it's like your base is like 60K, and then you can make like 70K maybe in commission. So, like all in it's like 130. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's no career in your 20s you can make that. Yeah. Yeah, like, what the fuck are you doing with that, right? Like, yeah, I mean, it's just ridiculous. Like, no, I mean, you can't really even be like, this is the, yeah, so I guess, I mean, like, yeah, I guess you're right for like the whole streaming thing, which is that, like, yeah, you might be making $1 million that year, but like, how much are you actually like how much are you making? How much are you gonna make like when your fucking shit goes bust, right? Like, no one's gonna watch like a 65-year-old play video games. But yeah, okay, I get that, I guess. And then also the streaming hours are kind of ridiculous, like, and you don't have weekends. When, even if you are an investment banker and like notorious for like long hours or whatever, by the time you get to like VPs, so many people are like playing golf. Like, you know what I mean? Like yeah, they work hard and everything, but at the end of the day, like, a lot of them are gonna have their weekends and like have normal hours. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Wait, what's the start step? An analyst? Okay. Associate base, I'm gonna say 130. Jesus fuck. I mean, 50K? Okay, I get it now. Yeah, I get it now. No. Yeah. You're almost there. Yeah. No. Mm-hmm. Wait, say that last part? Sorry. Motherfuckers.
So they're not spending anything. Wow. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. What? Gotta be honest. Gotta be honest. What the fuck was the point of their entire revolution? Like, I don't understand. Like, didn't they have like a whole thing about communism and stuff? Like, and now they're just like, no, it's fine. Let's just send, like our rich like fucking brats, like. She's not bad. I mean, obviously she's working a job, but like, there's so many of them in like Ohio State, like Lamborghinis, like my fucking roommates that were abusing their dog. Dude, remember that one guy? You knew him too. What was his name again? Yeah, Shintao. His actual name, but dude, and he's like, do you know IBM? And I'm like, yeah. He's like, can you get me into IBM? I'm like, no, dude, I can't get you into IBM. He's like, we suck. We make chips. We make chips. And I'm like, uh-huh. Absolutely. Fucking, like, it's just like, okay. What are you having a revolution about? Like, I genuinely don't understand. Like, what is communism? If you're like communism is letting some shit get 10K a month for a New York City 5,000. Like I just like it just. Yeah. 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 Oh God. I mean, genuinely, like, there are some gigs that are like so good, Nyasha. And the best one, you know what the best one is, Nyasha? Being born rich. It's the best gig. That room there. Hey, Nyasha, have you thought about this? Alright, Nyasha, I can tell you how to picture your life right now. Be born rich. Be born rich. Like, have you thought about that? Have you thought about doing that? Yeah. She's paying like my amount that's in my savings account right now in fucking rent per month. her dad's a dentist, and so it just means like he's not like Chinese oligarch rich, right? But yeah, but he owns like I don't know, 3 or 5 dental practices, and you know he's a dentist himself, so he's probably bringing in, let's just say, like just in cash, like 2 mil, like after like into his income. Like this is not like expenses. But yeah, he's probably making $1 million or $2 million per year, and like he's like, all right, she's staying in like $1,000 a month apartment. Like, all right, here you go. Oh, here you go. Here's like a couple thousand. Well, here's like 5,000. Like that doesn't mean anything to me. It was gonna mean a lot to you. Here's 5K. Like, dude, that's the thing that like, that's the thing that I just like I'm sometimes amazed. I'm like, oh wait, how the fuck do these people like afford to live here? Like, this place is so expensive. Like, all my money goes to rent. Yeah, no. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yo, work hard, Nyasha. Work hard at being born rich. You just didn't work hard enough. You have to learn to work harder, Nyasha, at being born rich. Well, okay. If you own the yoga facility or you're like a yoga consultant, yes, because like a yoga membership is going to be $90 a month. Like, so, and then like you're going to book more people than can actually be in like a studio at a given time, because there's like a amount of classes, and like not everyone's going to go to every class. So you can, like if you're, so like each studio is bringing in like let's just say, I don't know, $1.5 million maybe in revenue. But they're not, so let's say like they're paying their like yoga teachers like maybe $30 an hour, and they're not working 8 hours a day, right? So they're not even making like $60K a year. They're making like probably like 50. But like if you own your own like yoga facility and shit, like that's where no thank you. Sorry, I'm just getting a drink. That's where the money comes in, because like let's say you're in Boston, you're in Miami, you're in New York City, you're in like a place where yoga can like thrive, right? And you're like going and doing corporate events or something, and they paid you just like $5K a pop, and you did it for like 2 hours, or you did it for an 8-hour day, like, and you're in front of nothing. Like, so that comes in, own your own studio. That's where the money comes in. But these like corporate, like there's a brand called Core Power. There's a brand in Boston called like Down Under, and I mean these places would be primed for worker ownership, like an ESOP. I was like, dude, I was so pumped on trying to start that career. Like this absolute asshole manager just ripped it from me, because I was like, I remember I went to like Down Under Yoga, and then I was talking to one of the yoga instructors. I'm like, oh, tell me about your owner. Like, what does she think? She's like, oh, she's like so person forward, and she like tries to give us a piece of the company and tries to make us like part owners and stuff. And I'm like, oh my God, this would be the perfect owner to do an ESOP. Like, you know what I mean? This would be the perfect owner to contact. Like the values align. They're making like their business, like EBITDA is probably like, 10 million. Like it's perfect to do an ESOP. And I'm like, damn, I'm like so excited to like try to like go and pitch and stuff. And then this bitch manager just like, oh my God, you couldn't believe like, dude, you couldn't believe how mad we both kind of fucking fucker situations like in our career. We both have had like just absolute like, okay, getting like let go from Wells is one thing, right? Like for me, like okay, like she had it out for me, like the letting go, but it was a fucking aspect of it where like, bitch, I'm making like $60K a year filling out the paperwork, and I have my master's in finance.
and I'm the only one that got all of my license. I'm fully registered, and I'm making, so prevent me find an advisor job. And guess what? Fucking commission, bro. So literally the first year you have salary, and then like first 2 years you have salary, and they go down to 0. It's like a make or break thing. She could have been like, oh, okay, like fuck my leave, like go, like actually try to bring money. Like, if you're a reasonable workplace and you're like, if your goal in the workplace is like, let's bring as much money as possible, let's increase our revenues, you would say 100 out of 100 times, the dude that has a master's in finance that is fully licensed and registered, that guy, put him as a financial advisor where it's full efficient. Yeah, we don't have to pay him salary, like 100% of the time. Let him grind. 100% of the time you say yes to that. Instead, she's like, fuck you, because I fucking have a grudge against you and you didn't go to me, fuck you. Like, yeah. 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 And also, I wasn't even gonna leave fucking Wells Fargo. I was trying to stay at Wells Fargo. Like, it's just like ultimately what it is, like, it comes, and my dad was rejecting me when she was like, you know, like, when just absolutely like gangbusters type shit, right? And like that's where he worked, that's what he did, you know. Wait, let me, yeah, all right. And freaking he sorry, give me one sec. Okay, just have to get directions. Okay, we are good. Okay, he did a fantastic job. He was telling me like, yo, I had this job opportunity. I actually went through the proper channels. I like told my boss about it, whatever. And this is one of the reasons why I didn't tell my manager the first time, because I heard this fucking story from my dad, right? And the thing was like, oh, okay, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna move on to just a different team. My dad got an offer to like run the derivatives team, or like be second in the derivatives team, like one of those things, right? His boss finds out about it, and he's like, I would make like $1 million a year. Like, I would like quadruple my salary pretty much. And they want him there. He's gotten the offer. He's like ready to go. And his boss fucking sabotaged him. His boss fucking sabotaged him and prevented him from getting it. And was like, we can't have you go. We can't have you go. Like, I want you. Like, and basically like sabotaged him from going up. And then he had a second thing where, and this is the big thing that happened. There's a company called Munich Re, and it's based in, it's actually based in Switzerland, which is funny, but it's like a reinsurance company. And he got a job offer, he was telling me, he got a job offer to basically be like CFO, like top position. We would fucking move to goddamn Switzerland. Like everybody was like, my mom's like, oh my god, dude, and we would have gone to probably like fucking boarding schools in Switzerland with like Kim Jong-un. Like swear to God, like that was like about to be our life. All right, so like everyone's hyped as shit about it. GE puts in the fucking contract when they were like divesting from Munich Re or whatever. They put in the contract that Dan Moyer cannot work there. And 3 months later, they fired him. And dude, this is just like, this is corporate politics, dude. Like, this is fucking corporate politics. Like, this is what they do. Like, we're a family, until like push comes to shove, and they they're gonna do what's in what they perceive to be in their best interest, and it doesn't matter what's in like the actual company's best interest. Like, it doesn't matter. And so like, because I heard these stories from my dad, like, and I've gone through it now, like, dude, what happened to you was scummy. Like what happened to you was genuinely scummy. Like, I understand, like, they have this, like, oh, you gotta pass the exams, whatever. And it's like, okay, but my boss is fine with me being here. Like, he's okay with me giving it another shot. He's like, but they're not willing to do that. Like, that's, yeah. So, I don't know. Yeah. I mean, dude, do you think that? Yeah, I don't know. It's just like I don't know, these big corporations. That's why the big corporations are just tough, man, because it's politics. It's politics. It's just like, and then at the end of the day, they just sort of be like, well, we want to increase our profit margin, so we're just going to lay all these people off. Like, we want our quarterly stock profit to be like this. Oh. Dude, there's just a cat. He's just like chilling on somebody's shoulders. That was epic. But yeah, man. So it's just, I don't know. It's like, it's just hard. It just is really hard to like. I'm passing by Paul Revere's grave, and freaking who else? Well, no, not Paul Revere. Freaking John Hancock. Whose grave is this? There's some. Yeah, you know where I'm at. I'm like downtown. Yeah, man. I don't know. It's just like, it's just tough. And frankly speaking, like, having dreams is also tough. Like I had this dream of like doing worker ownership. I was so fucking close at Wells Fargo. Like I was like quitting Merrill. Yeah, that was a fucking dumb decision. Okay. But I got into Wells, whatever, and they had an ESOP team, and I was so fucking close. The team, I had talked to the team 20 times, to the ESOP team, 20 times. Joe was like, I'm so excited to have you as a partner. I was talking to my dad about you. Like, you know what I mean? He's like, I'm like, oh, I got this in the bag. We just need to like get the paperwork finished. I don't know. It's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy, man. It's crazy. Like corporate politics are wild. Yeah.
Now we see what our boomer parents are being fed by the great news source of Fox News as they tell us what's really happening in America. And we have the glorious, respectable...
And sit here. It's like, no, don't do that. Yeah, I mean, hey, I think that with our backgrounds now, in, with our licenses, with our careers that we've already had, it's gonna be, remember just graduating past Ohio State and being like, how can anyone get a job? Every fucking intro level job requires 3 years experience, right? Yeah, so well now, hey, guess what? We have that 3 years experience. We do. Yeah, and so now it's finding now it's just getting that shot, and we'll get it again, man. We'll get it again. The thing for me that I have difficulty with is that my dad, he left being a social worker and working at a homeless shelter for a career in finance. He did it. He got fucking backstabbed. I just told you 2 backstabbing stories, but you know what it's like, right? He did all that to get as much money as possible. And at the end of the day, he was good at finance, but he wasn't good at financially saving. You know what I mean? And so honestly, if my mom if he had worked at the fucking homeless shelter and he had ran a couple homeless shelters and just had good pensions, and my mom continued to work her way up in National Geographic, and they just were financially Taryn's parents are we're so good financially. If they saved money like that, they probably would have had more money than they have now. And so ultimately, at the end of the day, for me, it's not where I work or whatever. It's just saving and how you save, Yeah, and just always living you're broke, even if you're not. That's the thing. Yeah. Yeah, because their hobbies are sitting around their rooms playing video games. So they're oh, I spent $100 this month on video games, and then they they order food. Dude, my one buddy Christopher, he makes over 100K, right? And he's fucking killing it in that way, and all right, making over 100K, He's a full remote job. So my man's has a full remote job, making over 100K, moves in with his grandparents in upstate New York. If they need some help, whatever, he's helping them out. He then saves all of his money besides taxes, because he doesn't have to pay for rent or whatever it is, right? So he saves all of his money except taxes. So at the end of the day, that man literally is saving 70K a year. Bada bing, bada boom. That's more than maybe an investment banker could save, or a lawyer. That's, you're right about it's the software bros. It is, dude. Those guys just absolutely, that's the way to do it. If you can do it, that's the modern day way to actually save. If your parents already have money and have a place you can stay at and you can work remotely, you do it for 5 years. All right, suddenly you've saved up 200K. You can literally buy $1 million house. And then your money's not going to rent anymore. Honestly. Dude, should we have gone into tech instead of finance? That's the thing too, I fucking love it. I would find coding so boring. I would have to be pumped full of Adderall every single day to do that. I'd have to just be chocked full of Adderall. Dude, I love, just talking about this one job interview, doing situation analysis on DCF models and levering, unlevering data, that shit just I'm fuck, that's so fun. You know what I mean? Compared to I know sitting and coding. Some other people love that. It's not for me, you know? All right, sir, bro. Hey, I'm gonna get going for the rest of my day, but I appreciate you checking in. Awesome. All right, cheers, mate. Hey, Bear, you called me? Oh, okay. Yeah, chilling. Is my stream still working? Is my stream still on? Could you hear the convo with Nyasha? Oh, wait. So is my, I guess my screencasting is not working. Oh, you are? Nice. Wait, let me try one more time. Let me try to cast my screen. Dude, I hear like... Wait, give me 1 more second. I'm starting the screencast again. Okay, let's see. Let's see here. All right. So, what about now? Dude, I just hear noises in Boston. I'm just walking towards them. Like, I just hear super loud noises, so I'm just walking towards it. All right. You can't hear yourself? You can't. Oh, really? Oh, shit. Could you hear the podcast I was playing today? You could, earlier. So I wonder why this shit is not working now. This is like how I was doing it, and then... I don't know. I think like it just needs to be refreshed on my computer screen. So that's okay. All right, love you. Can you call me after your interview? I want to just chat. All right, bye, love you. Oh, wait, let's just see this. It is casting. What are you guys protesting about? What are you guys protesting about?
We protested from this building because they have a union, but the owner bring the non-union company for pay $15 per hour, but the union member they make a $24 per hour.
Wow.
Because all the benefits, insurance, everything.
What's the company called?
No, the union company pressure, but the property, I will ask it to my coworker.
Okay, yeah. Are you guys part of the union?
Yes.
Oh, so they fired all of you guys?
Yes.
Oh, to bring in non-union workers. And so the non-union workers they're scabbing?
Yes.
Ah, got it. So the non-union workers are scabbing you guys right now. Are they in there right now working?
This expensive building, the owner, they shut the company, they bring the no-union company. The no-union company, they pay $15 per hour.
Yes.
No benefit, no insurance, nothing.
Ah.
Okay? If they put a part-time work, when they display, they have a lot of full-time job.
So you guys were getting paid $24 an hour plus
all benefit.
Health insurance.
Health insurance, holiday, vacation pay, they take everything. But now they only pay $15, no benefit.
Oh my God, Jesus! And then who is the?
Information right here. You can take a deal. You can talk to them.
Okay. So who is the?
The owner.
The owner.
The only information I have.
Carmel Partners.
Yeah, he's not from Boston, with other place.
He's from a different place.
Yeah.
So Carmel Partners. So.
He said that goes.
Well, we support you guys. Is there a
supporting the union member?
So what do you guys want people to do?
To calling the property to send the petition.
So call the property.
The property, and you can check the call.
Yeah.
And sign the petition.
And sign the petition. Okay, yeah. I'll do that right now.
Thank you, my man.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
Yeah, dude, it sucks. Here, I'll block my bicycle up. Yeah. Jeez.
He worked in this building for a long time.
Yeah.
He also worked they support here.
Yeah.
They're working for a long time now in this building. And today is the last day.
Today was their last day?
Yeah, because they firing. They bring the new people.
I'm so sorry. I just lost my job too. So I worked at Wells Fargo. They all laid off 10,000 of us. And we were trying to unionize, and they fired us before we could do that. But I'm so sorry, man. So
What you do now? You do DoorDash?
I'm DoorDashing now. I'm applying to jobs, obviously, but I'm DoorDashing and stuff now. So, and
you try to organize it. You work before they fire you.
Say that again. Sorry.
You work before Wells Fargo.
Wells Fargo.
Right. And you try to organize it with Fargo.
Sorry. It's just.
Sorry. You try to organize it with Fargo before.
Yes. They did unionize. So they unionized in Arizona. We saw that. We contacted the Arizona guys, and we were in the midst of forming our union. It was hard to form, first off, because a lot of the workers didn't. They were scared of it.
You have an internet to apply to union job. We have a lot of opportunity.
Yeah.
I give my business card. He send me.
Wow. Here, I'll scan the QR code.
This is my cellular phone. When you have a time, send me your name, your telephone number.
Yeah.
I will put in contact to my other person. Maybe they will hire you for OTP. OTP is the union program for 3 months. If you make a pause, you do it. Maybe you started to join to the union. Send me. This is my cellular phone. Take my business card.
Thank you, man.
When you have a time, send a text to me. Send me your name and your telephone number. Yeah, we pass to Lisa.
Yeah.
And Lisa, she will call you.
Oh my gosh. Pleasure. Hey, good luck, guys. I mean, this is.
Yeah, sign the petition.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it right now.
Send me your telephone number, your name, and my phone number. Next week, I will put somebody call you for the union.
Thank you. So here, I'm gonna lock up my bike and I'll tell you all what's happening right now. Let's go to So here, I'll back up a little bit and I'll explain what's happening here. And I think there's probably a larger story to what's happening here. But essentially, these guys are part of a union and they were working at this business. Apparently some of these guys were working here for like 20 years and they were getting paid, let's say, around $24 an hour. And their benefits and everything they were just all fired, essentially. Everyone in the union was fired, and they have scabs now working there for $15 an hour, which is crazy. And they had full benefits, etc. And now this company is basically, destroying them. So here, we'll talk to this guy here. Hey, got one. Can you explain a little bit what's happening here?
Are you with the press?
I'm just biking around. I'm just door dashing, but.
Oh, okay. The cleaners in this building. They have a fair union contract.
Yeah.
And the building is bringing in a new company that offers much lower wages and none of the benefits. And
got it. Yeah, classic.
Yeah, so we're trying to get them to keep a responsible contractor.
Got it. Do you work for the union?
I do, yeah.
Oh, cool. So have you seen this happening more and more, or is this like of kind of, I guess, scabs coming in and like?
Happens on occasion.
Happens on occasion. Okay.
Are you filming this?
I mean, I can. If you don't want to be filmed, it's fine.
I kind of prefer not to.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, cheers. All right. Oh, guys. Very nervous, man.
Welcome to our quiet home.
Oh no. That's crazy. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and get it started. I don't like to put his face anyway. All right, dope. Well, that was pretty crazy. Oh, shit. Please tell me I got that. Oh, yeah. All right, got the footage. Dope. Yeah, I can't use that guy. He was just... How does, like... all this shit work? All right, dope. Cool. This is working. I'm gonna go back for a little bit, and hell yeah. Oh yeah, no problem. Yeah, I mean, some people are just nervous. I don't know. He could be like a college student. Oh yeah, well they never know, right? They could be like charged with agitation or whatever. Probably told not to talk to the media. Yeah, so am I with the media? No. I am the media. Alright, dope. Alright, caught a little protest as well. And this is what happens when you're just like biking around a major city. Like, you end up seeing a lot, and hopefully catching a lot. I'm just gonna go back. We're gonna charge up the bicycle, and we're gonna live stream from home and all that good jazz. This is green, so this guy is just busting down a red light. You see that guy that came out with the little dog and like the Boston Strong? He's like, "Welcome to our peaceful home." Like, those are the types of motherfuckers that bother me, because you're living in a like multi-million-dollar apartment in downtown Boston, and like I just was biking through like Dorchester today, and I saw like some of the worst poverty in the city. And meanwhile, these guys are like, "Welcome to our peace." Like there is no peace in poverty. Like there's just never peace in poverty. And these guys like expect their servants to like lie down and fucking take just getting their wages slashed and their benefits slashed and their quality of life just absolutely decimated. And they're just like, the thing that they're complaining about is their comfort. You know, they're not thinking about, they don't care about the actual people there. They care about their comfort. And I think this is interesting because, you know, I was listening to the Behind the Bastards episode on Thomas Jefferson, and, you know, like, he made a lot of highfalutin arguments about why slavery should still be a thing. And, you know, all the the beginnings of scientific racism and all of this bullshit, right? And in reality, it's because it was comfortable. It's because they're using the labors of others to have these like immaculately comfortable lives where, you know, it's all AC'd and gonna have our little dogs and all these things. And they're like, "Oh, well, you know, we work hard, we deserve it," or whatever the fuck. But, you know, they're not the landed gentry. I'm a doctor, I'm a lawyer, or whatever it is. But in reality, there is a lower class, there is a, you know, in Jefferson's time, the slave class that underpins all their comfort. And they can make all this, you know, all of these justifications as to why they earned it or why it's justified or whatever the fuck. But at the end of the day, the real thing that they care about is their own human comfort. And they can't even think about the suffering of others or the mistreatment of others or their, you know, other people's lives. It's the fucking strikers' fault. It's the people that are striking's fault, right? Obviously I'm just like live streaming and just catching whatever I want. I'm not like specifically, you know, I'm just observing, but, you know, I don't know the whole situation there. I guess we'll look up more when we get back home, and, you know, we'll make a little video about it. We'll see our footage for the day, and I guess we'll live stream, you know, why the fuck not, right? But, I mean, this is the thing that underpins all of these horrendous actions of so many people around the world. And why so many evil institutions have persisted for millennia is because some people's comfort is contingent upon the fact of others' amelioration. And that man with that little dog's comfort, that guy, you know, whatever, wearing the Boston Marathon bullshit, his comfort is contingent upon the hardship of you know, the lowering in pay of whatever these other guys, right? So, I mean, it's just tough, man. It's just tough. The union guy passing out flyers was a little dork. not a good representative of the cause, obviously, but you know, you have spokespeople for a reason, you have actual workers there for a reason. You know, look at how nice they were. I was just talking about like my trials and tribulations or whatever the fuck, and how they like how that guy listened to me, and how he was willing, even though he doesn't have a job now, to like take his time to help me out. And you know, it really does go to show, like, some people that are the least fortunate are the most giving with their time and their money and their life, and because they're the ones with the least conception of my comfort is the most they lives, and it's and it's what it is to be incredible, right? Huh. All right. Go back home for a bit. We're gonna charge up the biciclette. We might, you know, take a quick shower, go back downtown, and Uber Eats it a little bit more today. But yeah, thank you for anyone that did watch. I know we didn't have that many viewers today, but you know, we're trying to go for 10 hours is the goal. Not all of the 10 hours need to be on the bicycle. We are gonna be going back, we're gonna be charging up the bike, and we're gonna be pausing the timer there, and we're gonna be streaming a little bit more just from the bedroom. But yeah, generally speaking, it's just amazing to see, you know, so many different parts of the city, and it was really cool to see the stream mostly work. Obviously, it shuts down at points in time, and like not everything works all the time, and you know, there's still kinks to be worked out, obviously, but it's pretty dope that, like, for the vast majority of the time it does work, which is pretty dope, and you do love to see that. Goddamn, you do love to see that. Goddamn. Okay. Yeah. So, yeah, I would say it's so interesting to see how underskirt, you know, the violence of capitalism is just right below the surface, and how suddenly one day you're making $24 an hour, you've moved your family, like, you're making a good union wage. You're a decent union wage, not that good. It's decent union wage. You're making less than 60K a year. You're making like 50K a year. It's a decent union wage. It's like a cleaner, whatever it might be. You have health care. You have dental care. You have all these different, different things. And then one day they're like, oh, well, we can just have a different contract up here, and all of you are actually just fired, and bye. And the violence of that, oh my goodness, Jesus, fuck, okay. The violence of that aspect of capitalism, this ruthlessness that's underpinning it, which is that at any point in time, they can just fire you all. Your entire lives are uprooted. You could have worked so fucking hard. You could have been there for 10 hours a day for 7 days a week and scrubbed all the fucking toilets in the world and done the shittiest tasks and gotten everything done right, and it just didn't matter at the end of the day. At the end of the day, they're the company, they're the bosses, they want to increase their profit margins, and fucking you're gone. And it's one thing to say, hey, we're not profitable and we can't afford you, we're gonna have to make some cuts, everyone's gonna take a salary reduction, we're gonna try to work through this together. Another thing just to say, we want to increase our profit margins, fuck off, goodbye, bye. And that's at the end of the day the thing that's the toughest about that's at the end of the day the thing that really is toughest about the system that we live in, and the conditions that it puts people in, these impossible decisions. Do I just moved to a different city where I had this job and I had this family and now I'm unemployed, and like, are we going to be homeless, or are we going to try to move again to live where our family was? And these are just impossible decisions, and the violence of not having money in this society, being impoverished, and just how miserably horrible that is. And this is real life, and this is real fucking hard. And these people aren't just out here protesting for no reason. They're protesting for their lives. They're protesting for the things that really affect their day to day. And yeah, man, it's nice to see people fighting for their rights, but it's also hard to see. It's also hard to see these people, that are so beaten down by capitalism, that have been so, brutalized by the system, that, eventually they might have to fucking do DoorDash and Uber Eats 15 hours a day just to pay their families and all that shit. So, it's just, it's a brutal system, and there's a way to change it. And it's not this giant revolution where the state runs everything and whatever the fuck. It's called the worker cooperative. And it means, and worker cooperatives are fundamentally a better decision than unions to spend your time, effort, and energy building. Because as you just saw, in a union-run shop, they still just fired everybody and brought in scabs. Unions work in the threat of, we're all just going to withhold our labor at once, and we hope that you can't bring in people that are more desperate than we are to come in and take our jobs, so we can collectively strike for better wages, which is a good idea. It's totally support. But a worker cooperative changes the entire business arrangement, changes how ownership works, and it's one member, one vote over the board of directors. The normal capitalistic company has a joint stockholding model where they have 1 billion shares out that 5 million votes, gain the wealth of countries, whereas you can only have board of directors. The board of directors then subsequently determines the CEO, CFO, etc. So the board of directors is basically like the governing council, the oligarchy at the top of these corporations, and that's determined via voting mechanisms. And the voting mechanisms are different in different corporate governance structures. The corporate governance structure that produces these horrible, horrible outcomes is called a joint stockholding company, a C corporation. Normally, they can be sole proprietorships or something, but it's basically like the more number of shares you have, the more votes you have with the board of directors. Again, worker cooperatives change this. They just fundamentally change the logic of that whole system, and they say, hey, instead of the more votes you have, you don't get more votes over the board of directors just because, you're a billionaire. You're Jeffrey Bezos or Elon Musk. You get one member, one vote of the board of directors. And subsequently, they don't make decisions like this. This cleaning company, they just wouldn't make this decision. They just wouldn't make the decision to fire everybody, and they wouldn't make a decision to, get rid of all their jobs, right? So yeah, I mean, it's just, we don't need these socialist revolutions that end up how China has ended up, or how these number of places have ended up. My back wheel's hitting. I'm gonna take it to the bike shop, or maybe take it to the bike shop. I'm not sure. We'll see. Oh shit! All right, back to the Divinity School. Divinity School.
But now we're going to go on to our first domestic politics story of the day. Let's get to it. As always, corruption in the United States, but we're a developed nation. We're above corruption. Oh wait, no. U.S. Congressman Kular. U.S. Congressman Kular, indicted for alleged Azerbaijan influence scheme. Henry Kular, a Democrat, accused of accepting bribes in exchange for advancing interests of Azerbaijan in Congress. Please note that Azerbaijan has taken over Nagorno-Karabakh, which was an ethnically Armenian enclave in Azerbaijan, by force via their massive military advantage over Armenia. And they essentially committed an ethnic cleansing where everybody in Nagorno-Karabakh just fled because they're like, we're just going to get exterminated by the Azerbaijanis. A lot of them got taken by the secret police in Azerbaijan. Regardless, Azerbaijan doing a little territorial conquest, and we have a sitting Democrat congressman. Wow, lovely. A congressman accused of accepting bribes. A member of the United States House of Representatives from the state of Texas, Henry Kular, and his wife have been indicted on allegations that the couple accepted nearly $600,000 in bribes in exchange for their efforts to influence legislation that advances the interests of a Mexican bank and a state-controlled energy company in Azerbaijan. I mean, look how easily bribable. $600K for a country like the United States is freaking nothing. And Azerbaijan is a massive natural gas producer. So they have a ton of money. And $600K is really not that much to bribe an official. It's crazy what these officials will do for cash. The federal indictment unsealed in Houston on Friday accused Kular, 68, and his wife, 67, of conspiracy and bribery as part of an influence peddling scheme. Okay, so what's crazy is also his age. He's 68. It's fantastic that we have all these old, corrupt individuals just making the decisions for the United States. I love that. That's great.
U.S. Senator Bob Menendez stayed silent as he arrived at federal court on Wednesday.
Oh, yeah, this is Bob Menendez. Oh, again, another Democrat. Yay. Those Democrats really sure be not doing corruption, right? Again, we live in a two-party oligarchy. The Republicans bad, but yes, Democrats also bad.
Where he and his wife, Nadine, pleaded not guilty to a range.
Look at all these people with cameras trying to make their bag. Good for them. I mean, that's kind of what I'm doing, but it's just funny.
Of corruption charges, including passing secrets to Egypt. The judge set his bail at $100,000.
Look at this fat old man determining the laws of this country. Fat, corrupt old man determining the laws of this country. That's great.
$1,000. A day earlier, one of his co-defendants, Egyptian-American businessman Wael Hanna, also pleaded not guilty.
The senator and his... This is about a different case. But again, Democratic corruption. Who would have guessed it? I thought the Democrats were the good guys. They cared about people. Oh, and they're also massively corrupt. Who would have guessed that? So, look at this. So the payments for not the Menendez case, that was a different case, but the payments to the couple went through a Texas-based shell company owned by his wife and the couple's 2 children. According to an indictment, the company alleged received payments from an Azerbaijani energy company for $25K a month. I mean, come on. What are we even doing here? Yeah, so it's just... Yeah, the charges come months after U.S. Senator Bob Menendez, also a Democrat, was indicted on allegations that he accepted bribes in exchange for political favors, including advancing the interests of officials with the Egyptian government. There's a little tweet here. We're going to get back to it, actually. Little tweet here from Hassan Abi. Hassan the Hun. Holy shit, look at that. God damn, gets a lot of engagement. So, U.S. Congressman Henry Kular and his wife have been charged with bribery, unlawful foreign influence, and money laundering schemes. So cool that the Democratic Party knew about this and feds did a sweep and still chose to lend their support to the most right-wing Democrat who is anti-choice instead of his younger progressive opponent who lost by 300 votes. Holy shit, I did not know that. So we have a motherfucker who is anti-choice, is anti, letting women have access to abortion, and is purely corrupt. And they're like, "Well, he can win. He can win in Texas, so we're gonna give him all the money instead of his younger progressive opponent." Let's see this guy, immigration attorney. Holy shit! I mean, what are we doing? Like, we could have had an immigration attorney, a young woman, a person of color. I'm not all about the just the skin color and the age and the sex or gender of our officials. I don't think that matters so much. But when you have only old white men, they tend to think a certain way, and it's not usually good. When you have younger women in power, yeah, they can be co-opted, and they can kind of suck sometimes, but, at least there's potentially some more diversity in there. And it looks like she was progressive, she was progressive. So, last thing on this is just, we usually do it legally. We usually do it through legal means, and, we just have a super PAC donate unlimited quantities to your campaign, and then afterwards you give speeches to them. So the way that our normal corruption works, if you're a smart congressperson or senator, what you do here is, and this is from a old not friend, but old acquaintance that I knew that worked for a former senator in Massachusetts and Harvard, and now that senator who voted for all of the bank deregulations now gives $25K a pop speeches to Goldman Sachs every quarter. So he just makes a cool $100,000 from his speeches. Who writes the speeches? My old acquaintance. So that's how the normal corruption in this country works. They get unlimited money from super PACs. They do the bidding of these people, and then after they kind of finish up their time in Congress, they get, they do speeches, they're on their board, and they just get funneled money that way. And that's purely legal. In this case, they're just more brazen. They're like, hey, the normal corruption mechanisms aren't even good enough for me. I'll just do massive upfront corruption. Wild. Our next story is going to be labor news and just labor issues in general. As you know, I'm big on workers' rights and worker cooperatives and moving forward economically past this stage of neoliberal capitalism. Many ideas how to do that. You've probably seen my harebrained schemes and harebrained ideas. But here we're going to react to a More Perfect Union video. They do a fantastic motherfucking job, and here they are.
All this profit that I'm generating is going to Nestle, and I'm struggling to make ends meet and be provided a living wage is really demoralizing.
It kind of breaks my heart that the whole model that cafes operate on is rampant exploitation of workers.
My cafe, I know, made just under $1 million last year, and I made $27,000. I know that I can make a $7 latte in about 1.5 minutes, so in about 5 minutes, I'm making my hourly wage.
Yeah, it's pure exploitation. This is how capitalism works. You have the labor theory of value. It's pretty simple. Let's just get into this real quick, actually. Labor theory of value. If you have all of the parts of the coffee cost 15 cents, including the per coffee part of the machine. So the machine costs $10,000, but per coffee it costs 5 cents, whatever it is, right? And you sell the coffee for $2, you're making $1.85 per coffee. The worker is getting paid another 15 cents, or they say 35 cents or something. So there's $1.50 of profit that goes somewhere, and you say, well, some of it goes to capital expenditure. That's fine. Okay, take out 30 cents for that. So then you have $1.05. Okay, some of it went to capital expenditure, updating, maintaining. Okay, some of it goes to loans, blah, blah, blah. At the end of the day, let's just say there's 50 extra cents in profit. That just goes straight to the bank of that owner. Oh, and they risk capital. This guy makes $27,000 a year. He can't live. They can't survive. This is the labor theory of value. We've known this forever. This is why we need worker cooperatives, worker ownership, worker cooperatives. Check out eastoperative.com. Eastoperative.com, I can hook you up so you don't have to live this miserable capitalistic existence. Eastoperative.com. Check us out because this is wild bullshit.
Wage. The rest of that hour, I am simply making profit for the company. It is a devastating feeling when I actually think about the math of the value that we are producing compared to the wages that we are making.
For these reasons, workers in Massachusetts are unionizing so that Blue Bottle will bargain with us in good faith over these issues.
I've literally been to this exact same coffee shop and a latte costs like $7. This one, I believe, is in Harvard Square. And I know that because I've been there. And I'm like telling my fiance, yo, what up? Tyrone, we are not going there because they have $7 coffees and I'm a broke bitch. So let's not actually go get a $7 latte. And she's like, I love coffee. It's my favorite thing ever. I'll tip the workers. They'll, whatever. And meanwhile, look at what they make. Look at what they make. Support worker ownership. Check out ESOPerative. Check out ESOPerative. Check out ESOPerative.com. ESOPerative.com. ESOPERATIVE.com.
It was 2017 that Nestle acquired a 68% stake ownership.
Aha, it is Boston. I knew it.
Of Blue Bottle. So they have about 100 stores internationally, 76 here in the US.
The value that Blue Bottle offers to Nestle is largely brand. They're trying to expand as quickly and aggressively as possible, so that way they can be known as, the undisputable leader in specialty coffee. But it's all just...
Specialty coffee is so funny to me. I'm sorry, pause. This is serious labor stuff and how labor theory of value and capitalists stealing from you. Again, worker ownership, ESOPerative.com. Okay, I'll stop that. But it's just like, why am I spending $7 on a latte? I love my drip coffee, whatever. We got it here. We're sipping it. We're sipping on that coffee. $7 for a latte is absurd, especially given, the wage I'm making. If I made, $300,000 a year, I wouldn't mind spending $7 on a latte, but it's just insane, like, that this is a thing in the first place. It's just a wild business model.
Just, a very thin veneer.
Sorry, last thing. It's all branding. It's branding all the way down. They have a blue bottle for their coffee. Oh, wow, it's fancy, and I will spend more money for it. Yeah, sorry. Again, labor theory of value. This is all very important stuff. This is a very fundamental concept on how capitalism works. But understand that it's just hilarious that, the branding for a blue bottle and a cup of coffee.
It's not really that luxurious because me and my coworkers all struggle to make ends meet.
I certainly, before I started working there, was not aware that Nestle owned Blue Bottle. It's not advertised anywhere. Nestle's name is not on any of the products. I think they really do benefit from the sort of like boutique.
So they've managed to launder the boutique reputation of Blue Bottle coffee. I didn't know they were owned by Nestle. Nestle's this like evil company that sells water rights, to indigenous people when they're poisoning the water. It's like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? Using like child slave labor, and yet they've managed to brand themselves correctly. And probably the Blue Bottle guys, the Blue Bottle founders, I don't know who they are, but they're probably decent human beings. I don't know that for a fact. And they're just looking to cash out. They're selling to Nestle because they're looking to cash out. Hey, talk to me instead. If you're a business owner, talk to me instead. ESOPerative.com. I can help you sell your business to your workers. That way your workers aren't exploited and you still get the bag. And you don't have to sell to Nestle.
Boutique vibe, while, if you are aware, you can start to see it in small things like the way the work environment functions and their ways of doing business, which are very corporate.
The chain of command is incredibly slow to respond to employee concerns. I had a coworker who was told to take paid time off when a coworker was harassing her before Blue Bottle would deal with the issue.
It's definitely been challenging to manage the expenses of living in Boston with what I'm being paid at Blue Bottle.
As somebody that lives in Boston, she's 100% correct. I mean, could you imagine making $30,000 here? Like, I have, this is too much information, but I have 4 roommates and I'm 26. The housing crisis is very real. If you're making minimum wage, you're fucked. I worked in high finance. I don't anymore, but I did. And it was a struggle to get by, and I had to have multiple roommates. These guys probably have roommates in their actual room. Like, it's impossible. By the way, check out freaking watermelon. So goddamn cute. I'm cursing like a sailor. Everything's going to get demonetized. My God. Okay, regardless, I mean, it's just ridiculous how we've structured the economy. It's absurd.
We've already seen a number of benefits that I thought were generous and exciting and unique to Blue Bottle taken away since I've started working for this organization that's owned by such a large $100+ billion per year revenue organization.
We, as the baristas on the floor.
It's wild that you gain these rights as laborers and then they're taken away from you. You're like, oh my gosh, I got a pay raise. That's awesome. And then it can just snap and it goes away. And like, finally you're able to afford that apartment, or you're able to like go out to eat once more per week. Like, it affects your life a lot when you're barely making enough money to get by, or not even getting by. These guys are probably on government assistance because their corporation doesn't pay them enough.
Are creating the value for this company. I make the drinks, I serve them to the customers. We are the face of Blue Bottle, and we deserve a living wage. We deserve rights in our workplace, and we deserve to feel safe and comfortable in the lives that we live.
We announced our union campaign on April 3rd with a March on the Boss. Approximately 50 workers in 5 out of the 6 stores in Massachusetts asked for voluntary recognition. And then crickets from Blue Bottle. On April 8th, we walked out from 5 stores.
If the Blue Bottle guys wanted to cash out, instead of selling to Nestle and all of your employees hating you and having to form unions and walking out of your stores, you could have sold to your employees. I could have helped you with that if you really wanted to know. I could help you. I could have helped you with that. And you wouldn't have had to deal with these things. Your labor rights would have stayed and maintained the same. The workers could have ran the freaking business, and you could have cashed out. But instead, you cashed out by selling to Nestle, and they screwed over everybody else because they have to focus on quarterly earnings. It all comes back to the first story. It all comes back to finance. Everything comes back to how the corporation is structured.
To file for an election that very same day. We haven't experienced any retaliation yet, and we're very thankful to management for that. At the same time, it's just as disrespectful to be given the silent treatment.
Coffee is one of those industries that has been like exploitative as long as it's been around. It's always been that. And I think what people are realizing is they deserve more. And that's correct. You do deserve more. You should be able to live based on whatever job you do.
To Blue Bottle workers.
That's the key point. You should be able to live on the job that you do. People act like some jobs are beneath them. Like some jobs don't deserve a livable wage. They act like, oh my God, no, that's an unskilled laborer. And meanwhile, the guys I showed you earlier, if you guys were listening, whatever, the Apple guys just talking about Apple stock all day long, they probably make $250 a year. $250,000 a year, definitely over $100K, every single one of those, market analysis guys. And they're just doing the horse race. Click, click, this thing goes up, it goes down, a market cap and Meg 9 and throwing out all these buzzwords. These people actually make a real product, okay? I think your job is bullshit in comparison to these guys. But you're like, well, their job is low skilled. It's like, bitch, your job is throwing out buzzwords and talking about nothing, adding no value to the actual economy. These guys actually provide coffee. All right. Now let's go back to FDR. FDR wanted the new Bill of Rights that guaranteed things like a livable wage. All right. These are concepts that have gone back generations and generations and generations. And you know what? You fight for them now, you're called a socialist. You're called a communist. You're smeared. You're smeared as somebody that's, radical and crazy. These people just want to be able to exist. Jesus.
Across the country and around the world, I would say that you really don't have that much to lose. If the cost of living across the globe continues to go up and our wages continue to stagnate or shrink relative to the real cost of living, you actually have a world to gain if you stand together with your coworkers and your comrades to actually fight for the value you produce.
Yeah, he's arguing for unionization. I argue for more than that. I argue for worker cooperatives and the ownership of the business by the workers. ESOperative.com. Well, that's the labor news for the day. Labor theory of value, thoroughly explained. I mentioned co-ops a lot. I have lots of videos where I talk about them, so you can click on those. And I can also explain what the difference between a joint stock holding company and a worker cooperative, a consumer cooperative, a mixed capital cooperative, an ESOperative, an ESOP, a C Corp, a B Corp, all the different corporate structures, and which ones wouldn't produce these suboptimal results. I can help you explain that if you would like. So yeah, that's the video. Thank you very much. Now we're going to get into some sad news, but you have to cover really tragic things, and this is a very sensitive subject. And if you're listening to this and you're a friend of mine and you're sensitive about this issue, I'm sorry, but here is something clear as day. which is a Holocaust survivor talking about what's happening in Israel-Palestine. And make no mistake about it. Let's see. What does he say?
I saw in Auschwitz that if a dominant group wants to dehumanize others, so as the Nazis wanted to dehumanize me, these dominant group must first be dehumanized in a way themselves by diminishing their empathy due to propaganda and indoctrination in order to be able to be as cruel as some were. Okay, but the same holds nowadays for Israel. I am appalled about how hateful, how dehumanized, that they do not see any human aspect in any Palestinian anymore. It's terrible. The Zionists have not any right whatsoever to use the Holocaust for any purpose. They have given up everything which has to do with humanity, with empathy, for one thing, the state, the blood and soil, just like the Nazis.
This is a Holocaust survivor. If you can't hear it from him, you can't hear it from anybody. This is a Holocaust survivor from Nazi Germany. And Double Down News does this is from Double Down News, but they do a great job at interspersing the propaganda footage and the dehumanization rhetoric that Israel's using. It's the domination of one subgroup to another subgroup and the dehumanization. This guy is such a fucking G for explaining how this whole process works. And again, if you can't hear it from a Holocaust survivor, who can you hear it from?
I was educated, I learned at school about blood and soil, and that's exactly their idea too. And humans do not play a role. Judaism, as I learned it, is highly, highly ethical. And so
right now, they're showing the protest at Grand Central Station that happened a couple months ago, where it was the Jewish Voice for Peace. These are all Jewish individuals protesting the genocide that's happening in Gaza. This is not about anti-Semitism. This is not about anti-Semitism. This is not about Judaism versus Islam. This is about a colonizing force using its overwhelming firepower to bomb a group back to the Stone Age, killing 10,000 plus children. And if you can't hear it from a Holocaust survivor, you can't hear it from anyone, your brain is closed off.
Cannot connect Zionism with highly ethical. You can only connect the words aggressive, oppressive, stealing, robbing with Zionism, but not highly ethical. Zionism and Judaism are contrary to each other because Judaism is universal and humane, and Zionism is exactly the opposite. It is very narrow, very nationalistic, racist, colonialist, and all this.
It's a colonizing force. Zionism is fundamentally based upon colonization. When you understand that there were people in Palestine, and then after the dissolution of the Ottoman Empire and the end of World War I, and then obviously after World War II, the British were just like, yeah, go on, take that land with machine guns. Go take it. Go take it. Well, if you're going to base your state around the murder of the people that are currently living there, your state will end up being an oppressive regime. Blood and soil, ethnicity and land. You claim this land is your own because of your ethnicity. It's not a good thing. And it's one of the cruelest parts of history that the Jewish people, who a Holocaust was perpetrated against them. This man, a Holocaust survivor, has to see the state of Israel which does not represent Jewish people, commit these mass atrocities, these mass crimes. It's horrible.
There is no national Judaism. There is Zionism and there is Judaism, and they are completely different.
Never again for anyone. Never again for anyone. This is Hajo Mayer. He's a Dutch Jew and Holocaust survivor and spent his life fighting Zionism. He passed away in 2014, but a decade later, his words are as relevant as ever. You know what this shows? You know what this shows? He died in 2014. He didn't need to see the flattening of Gaza to know that when Israel colonized Gaza and the West Bank, colonized Palestine with machine guns, forceful displacement of everyone that lived there, that's just what happened. They just went in there with machine guns and they conquered. And now they have these people in their open-air prisons. And he saw that in 2014. This didn't happen on October 7th. There were massacres in order to colonize this piece of land. So let's, again, if you can't hear it from a Holocaust survivor, who can you hear it from? If you can't hear it from a Holocaust survivor, who can you hear it from? This is not, oh, both sides are bad and it's just tough. It's just not. It's just not. So listen, hear his words. Yeah. And now we're going to do some really, really dumb content here, which is just pure audience bait, just absolute pure nonsense, where we talk about two dipshits that are being dipshits. And we'll get into it here. I'll give you the preview. Aiden Ross reunites with Andrew Tate. Oh my God. If you don't know who either of these two people are, thank you. Bless your heart. Bless your soul. The reason why I'm reacting to this, the reason why I'm even bothering talking about these two absolute troglodyte morons, is because there are so many young, impressionable men out there. And I say men because no woman is going to listen to these two fucking morons spout their misogynistic nonsense and be like, that was a great point. Really loved hearing that I shouldn't have rights. But some young men are going to say, oh, well, that makes a lot of sense. You know, women should be in the kitchen making sandwiches. It's hey, can you hear me? Yeah, I mean, that works. Why the fuck does my mic not work, though? Apparently this works. And I don't know why, but webcam, we'll just make this big for now. Boom. Hey, lovely stream that we had today. It was a pleasure, in fact, biking around the city of Boston. Had a great time. I'm just going to pull up Twitch chat, just see if we got any commentaries. I know my audio probably sucks major dog shit, so apologies for that. And yeah, we'll just load that up real quick. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, it was a good day. We biked all around Boston. We listened to Behind the Bastards. We filmed the protest. We talked to a cool Jamaican lady about ranked choice voting, which is dope, and got a lot of cool experiences today, like normal, honestly. So let's just see here if it sounds okay, if it looks okay, if it feels okay. Loading chat. Let's just check it out. We are loading. We're live. Dope. Do you have any viewers? Let's see here. Oh, 3 followers. No, 1 viewer. All right. Well, Jesus Christ. 80,000. 90,000 viewers. All right. All right. Well, this is just one. Jesus, lol Tyler, 13K, 1 viewer. Okay. Well, no one is here, so we're gonna be signing off. Great